Hello there, guys. Let's do some sim racing. And let's be told we're wrong about everything over and over again. Because who doesn't enjoy that? I certainly do. We're going to try some settings out. And yeah, good things a fiddle. Oh. I need to fix this microphone. Hello. Hello, Wintech. Hello, Bourbon Biscuits. Hey, guys. Oh. Get the fish on. Oh, the fish has moved. I don't know why that does move like that. We need to do a more permanent fix on that. The force feedback rants continue. Ugh. Hello. Well, I might have turned this off actually. Well. Hopefully the online stuff's working today. A bit better. Thanks for resubbing, CKTL. Hang on, why is this on here? Well, everybody, on sub-secret resub. Apply these settings. Hello. I know. I never considered that I'm wrong. It'd be nice if people that disagreed with me gave reasons rather than just saying that I'm wrong. You know, it's almost as if that we're right, but someone can't really argue otherwise. So you know. Right. Probably could turn some of this stuff down a bit. Oh yeah, man, some of the comments on our last video, I knew we were going to get them. I said in the live stream, I was like, right, I know what's going to happen. Hello, Strike Pilot. I was like, I know how this goes with, hello, Thomas. Did you play Unreal? I had a little go on it when I sent you the link. Okay, I said it like, I was like, I know how this will go. Chris Millies, I know you're wrong. I haven't bought the game yet, and I've seen other YouTubers say it's something else, so they're right. I did. Was it on the Phobos? Was it the satellite with the red planet? I shot you in I shot the person with the sniper rifle. I won, but I only got like 2 kills, so I couldn't find you. Headshot. Monster kill. Right, how good is that, the map? And how clean it is, and the position of the weapons, and just like nice. Like it was just nice, like just the map. Like this is Unreal Tournament, you can play it through your browser now. There's like a website that hosts it. It's just good. like if you just did that same game but polished up the textures so they're high resolution and maybe you could tweak it a little bit, but yeah, then you just need like the unlockable stuff that gets people addicted. I don't know. Right. But at least you can play that through your browser. Surprising how good it is. It holds up really well. I always preferred the older Unreals to the newer ones. Have you noticed a pattern here, guys? You're noticing a pattern? Unreal Tournament. So what normally happens is a first game comes out, the developer basically releases that game, then they polish the tech, and then they completely lose the plot trying to like overcomplicate the core of what they've got. This happens with every bloody game. Unreal Tournament. Unreal is like, oh, this is a basic tech demo. Kind of worked. Unreal Tournament was like, oh, really nice. It's the multiplayer focus part of it. Got the mechanics right for the spawning, blah, blah, blah. Then, like, after Unreal 2003 was when they basically completely nailed it. Like, the graphics were as good as they needed to be. The movement was perfect. The netcode was as good as it could be. The maps had a good range of maps. The effects, everything. You had some slightly better movement mechanics, jumping off walls and stuff. And then it just went to shit. And it was just like, what? Why? Same thing happened with Quake. Quake 1 and Quake 2. Like, you could see that they were... Like, Quake 1 was very technologically limited, following on from, like, Doom. And then Quake 2 was like a bit polished of that. And then Quake 3 was perfect. Just like the map design, the weapons, the spawning, ran great. Netcode was pretty good. And then it just went to shit. Then what happens is the people that basically spent... Once someone's been working on a game for like 15 years, they lose the plot. It's understandable. It should work in full screen. Maybe borderless windowed is better. Hello, cash.
Put your hands in the air if you've got no hair. It's cash with the money. Throw it about. £5, £10, £40. Cash. Up £50, £100, £1,000,000. Put the cash in the air.
Thanks. The force feedback effects in the bottom corner are just they just amplify stuff like rumble, as far as I understand. They don't really do anything. You can have a look. I have like a seatbelt and everything else. We have a lot of good stuff on this rig. So it's really not the issue's really not force feedback. So same song with dollars. This isn't a Porsche. What's going on here? I think it didn't change. No, I'm sorry. I won't have any negativity about this game. Other YouTubers have said it's really good and there's no problems and they've fixed it. And so I'm afraid if you agree with me, you're wrong. You're agreeing with someone that's not driven doesn't have a driver's license and doesn't drive. So I'm afraid you're wrong. Funny you should mention Misha. Funny you should mention Misha. Did you watch his video? Did you maybe watch his video all the way through? Now let me let's just something funny you should mention that. Misha is literally part of the marketing for Assetto Corsa EVO. He was in the launch video. His Nordschleifer video is a partnership video with Kunos. He's part of the marketing for the game. I like Misha. I like his content, by the way. His videos are better edited than mine, and I can't drive in real life. His videos are marketing for the game. He's literally a marketing partnership. He's probably signed a contract with Kudos as part. I don't see how you wouldn't. He's literally marketing the game. Now, go and watch his full video and tell me, does someone that's... Misha will be a way better driver than me, I guarantee it, right? Why is he struggling to drive that GT car, GT3, GT4? Why is he like all over the place? Why does he put it in the barrier immediately? It doesn't make any sense. It's a car that's really easy to drive. He would have no issue driving that in real life whatsoever. I guarantee he would not be snapping at the wheel with the car flopping all over the place. So you can say, oh, the TC works really well and this is great, but it's not demonstrated when you're flopping the car all over the track, is it? like, I'm sorry, that video is absurd in that what you can see does not line up with what he's saying at all. Apart from the details, he's completely right about the track details. But like, the amount of comments I've received of people going, well, you're wrong because Misha says it's fantastic. And it's like, did you watch his video? I might be wrong. I might be an idiot. Did you watch his video? Do you think that Misha is that bad at driving? I don't think he is. I think he's better at driving than me. So, yeah, it's absurd. Well, nothing's changed, Billy. It's mental. If a real driver says something, doesn't matter what's shown. I don't know what's going on with Random Call Sign. I don't know what's going on with him. Like, you can demonstrably see how the MX-5's handling this game. Let's watch it together. I don't want to get copyright striked. You assumed he hadn't set it up well. Well, that's possible as well, but then how can you comment on... If you've not set it up well, how can you then comment at all on how it's driving and saying, oh, it's great, but your car's going all over the place and you're like... It doesn't make sense, does it? So, okay, maybe that's possible. I wish I got that leeway. No, guys. No, Gamer Muscle's right. It's just that he's probably not set it up right, but he's right. Funnily enough, it's normally the opposite. For me, it's our Gamer Muscle's critical. He's not set it up right, and that's why he's wrong about his critical comments. But oh no, for this other scenario, he's not set it up right, and that's why he's struggling. I mean, come on, guys. Like, it's ridiculous. I'm so consistently critical on stuff and I get so much shit for it. And then when you have someone that's literally marketing the game, people are like... it's like okay. You know, it's okay. Oh dear. Well, yeah, why is it? I think so people are getting confused by this setting because it says G-force gain, but I think it means vertical G-force, possibly specifically for road effects. You can watch people drifting in Evo as well, and you see they're going like this. They're really struggling because the cars are like not happy in slip. It's not subtle at all. I don't know how people are ignoring it. Like, it's far. Like, it's 0.4, but I don't get why I'm getting so much shit for pointing out stuff that's very obvious. I'm not that critical. I only point out really obvious stuff. Because I'm not a real driver, so I can't comment on subtleties. So this is what's funny. The lack of critical comments by people is insane. And just because if it's positive, people lap it up. You get loads of subs and views and stuff just for being positive. I don't. My Mose has got no filter on it. It's just a wheel with no filter. No, I if I got money from Straight 4 or from a developer, I'd have to say, and I would say, well, so legally, you have to say if something's a sponsored video, you have to say. So if I would legally, you have to. That's the law. But I also, anytime I do sponsored stuff, I say. I normally say it in the video as well, but I'll also put the thing on the screen and I'll put in the description. I can't think of a time when I've done a sponsored video where I haven't outright said it in a video. Because I want people to know that it's sponsored, right? If it is, I'll tell. Like, I wouldn't be. It wouldn't make sense to not say it's sponsored. Do you know what I mean? There's no. It wouldn't make sense to be like secretive of it. I'd be like, oh look, I got sponsored by these guys. You know, I would just say it. Yeah, like why? It's super weird that. You know, it's weird that people go, "Oh, you've been paid by this company," but it's like, well, no, I'm consistently critical of everything. I don't just repeat the zeitgeist narrative, and there's a real tendency on YouTube, not just in sim racing, but you get this in everything. There's a tendency for people to be coerced into whatever the zeitgeist position on a thing is, because if you stay within that zeitgeist, people like you more, you get more positive comments, you make more money. It's just easier to not go against what the zeitgeist is, whether or not that's right or wrong. So people tend to do that as well. You know, if you're also, let's say you're going to do a video, you could watch 3 or 4 other videos beforehand and you go, oh look, they're pointing out all these positives. I might not even know myself, so well, they seem like they're trustworthy, so I'll just say what they're saying and no one's going to call you out on it. That's like a real. But there's this like, I said this to Steve Worrell. Wrong. So it's really weird. It's really weird. Like everyone, like I've been doing the same stuff for like 10 years. I don't think you can tell that we've done the same content. I've always been how I am. Well. Just think JJ can like what he likes, can't he? So, I mean, that's another thing. That's another separate thing as well. Is someone can like something and not like something. So, as an example, so I think that, well, Under the Limit, Evo is more realistic physics than PMR by far. Like the cars don't slide around all over the place. I don't know, but maybe a better example. I think Evo, for the most part, and ACC has more realistic physics than iRacing. Generally speaking, in a general sense. However, I subjectively enjoy playing iRacing more than Evo and ACC because of the way you can control the slip more progressively. And even though iRacing has very bad tyres that get stuck over the limit, and even though you have to drive iRacing and ACC and Evo in a completely unnatural way in all 3 scenarios, but the end result, I subjectively prefer iRacing to Evo and ACC, but I would say Under the Limit and the catching of a slide initially is more realistic in Evo. So it's just not simple, right? It's not that simple. Yeah, and it does vary. If you've got downforce and if you're on a track that's flowing in iRacing, it drives a lot more naturally. So, people just oversimplify what you say. It's ridiculous. It's it's so dumb. Your Mario example. Oh yeah. So if you take away controllable slip at the limit and you're used to controllable slip at the limit, it's like taking away jumping from Super Mario. It's a mechanic that you should have in any real car. You can hold slip quite naturally. If you've got basic skills, 1,000 hours of driving, it shouldn't be too crazy. It should be quite balanced and natural. Maybe not with a broken aerial atom, but with many cars. So BRT, the hype in the F1 car thing there's people that are comparing Evo to Gran Turismo and Formula One titles, and yeah, Evo, even in its current state, is way better than the Formula One games. Miles better. It's not even close. But I'm comparing stuff to AMS1 and AC and real behaviour you would expect, generally. But I will mention where something fits in overall. So like when we talked about PMR, which is a game released on console, same with Rensport, a game released on console. This isn't on console, so I don't think the comparison's too important. But for games that are released on console, I'll be like, well, look, you have to consider how does it fit in compared to these console games and what features does it offer compared to these. So it might be worse than PC Sims, but it does this other thing, or the force feedback. I'm just going into depth of things. I might do, Steve. I just, like, the thing is, you read the comments under my last video. There's nothing that I said in my last video that's unreasonable. Absolutely nothing. Like, the graphics are great. The track details are great. Under the limit, the handling's quite natural in this. There is no force feedback for understeer in this game. Like you have in PMR, in AMS2, in AC1, and I think there's a bit of it in AMS1. But either way, AMS1 feels great. Or even Marvin's app for iRacing has way more detailed force feedback, right? It just doesn't even come close. So, like, how on earth would no one mention that? And then the fact is, once you get to the limit in this game, the cars go into like a trolley mode, right? That's just how it like, you can't ignore that. And the thing is, right, if someone drives real cars, they know this. Like, I don't know, they must know it, or they don't play enough Sims, so all the Sims just seem a bit weird to them. That's possible. So, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. The annoying thing, I get shit on. Like, I just get shit on for it so much. Same thing happened with ACC. Just shit on relentlessly until Max Verstappen then said, "Oh, I don't like it," and then people are like, "Oh, maybe Game of Muscle actually knew what he's talking about." Oh, I haven't got a profile for this on my seatbelt. Well, I'll just turn this off for now. This is a bit too aggressive. Let's just turn our seatbelt tensioner off. I need a profile. Oops. Oh, there we go. The seatbelt tensioner is really nice for braking, but it's actually quite aggressive on the default settings, which is good if you're not live streaming. If you want a good ride, but my force feedback settings are shit. Oh, please tell me how my force feedback settings are wrong. Yeah. Here we go. This is what happens. It's field of view, wheel rotation, equipment you're using, force feedback settings. You don't have a driver's license. You haven't driven the real car. Or we could do a server. Yeah, do a server would be great. Well, so I don't think PMR did tell Jimmy that he can't drive. This is the thing. So let me tell you what probably happened in that scenario. I think Jimmy probably misrepresented the reality of what likely happened in that scenario. So I don't think Jimmy was being dishonest. I think Jimmy said it how he interpreted what happened, right? So Jimmy would have been playing the demo. He would have been struggling with it because the demo was a total mess, especially with the GT4 cars and the hypercar. I tried the same demo. The developers were in a fluster because they said they just rolled out an update to the convention version, or they were fiddling with stuff, and they were trying to dial it in. They specifically asked me. They were like, "Oh, it seems like it's messed up. Could you try these settings for us?" They asked me to have a go with the settings to see what I thought of it, right? And they were messing around with stuff and the settings at the trade show, and they were the PMR developers were literally just asking, what do you think? Oh, we got this driver that was driving it. I said we got our own test drivers, obviously, that thought this was better or this wasn't better, or we got it to work, or they haven't got that to work. We thought this was better. They're just asking questions. So if you watch Jimmy's video, I don't think Jimmy's lying. I think Jimmy's just said how he interpreted the conversation and what happened from his perspective, which I can totally see how you could come away from the interaction as Jimmy said it happened, right? You watch his video, it implies that the PMR developers are really arrogant and were like, "Oh, Jimmy, you don't know what you're talking about. You can't drive. We can drive it. Well, it's not a problem." And then, they tried it and they couldn't drive it. That's how you would perceive what Jimmy conveyed to you. However, when I was at Sim Racing Expo talking to the PMR developers, the impression I got is that they're like, the developers are just like, they were just straightforward with saying stuff, right? They were just saying loads of stuff. That's how they talk, right? Game Master's responsible for the shit setup. So it depends if you're going to take Also, I tell you what a good example of this is. If you watch the interview with Kevin Boland, I think that's his name, with the Stig, Ben Collins, he just says what's on the top of his mind. It's like he's just really open with what he's saying. It's like not arrogant. It's just, they're just geeks. They're really nerdy people. So I'm not defending the state of the game. I'm just saying what's happened is Jimmy put that in his video, and then it's become this like story and this sort of narrative tale of a event that you don't even know what happened for sure, based off some to then use as an argument for something else, and it's just all made up. And then I keep seeing the same thing repeated over and over on the internet, which is just people repeating something that Jimmy said, which could, again, I don't think Jimmy was lying, but it's like a potential misinterpretation of the actual communication of the situation, if that makes sense. Yeah, send this to Jimmy with no context. But trade shows are such a mess as well. What's the server? How do I get in the server? It's ridiculous. The thing is, it's not even thank you, it's not even about who's right or wrong. It's just weird that people have gone with one interpretation and then just keep repeating that interpretation. It's just really weird. It's really scary, actually, the degree to which people just repeat stuff without thinking about it. How do I get in the server here? I don't want to quit the game. I want to... Oh, yeah. Is it in here? Server list.
The pace car is out of control.
There's a real severe lack. Hello, Smileable. There's a real lack of critical thinking in sim racing. With the rack of salt. How do I get in this server? Muscle server. Oh, look at this. What's the password? Is the password T? What's in the
pace car
cup?
is out of control.
Oh, it's like hot chocolate coffee. It's terrible. Do we have to do... Oh, Nürburgring. Oh, can we do... can you change the track, Steve? Can you put it on like a racetrack? Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, if you look at the... I do a Nürburgring GP with the NGK chicane, the fast chicane, if you can. If you look at the comments under my last AC Evo video, anyone that says I don't think there were any comments that were like, you're wrong because of X. It's always, I've driven a car around the Nordschleife and Evo feels exactly like the real thing. It's like, what are you even saying? Like, what? What are you even saying? It's like, what, compared to AC, compared to iRacing? Were you driving a road car? Were you driving the road car at the limit? Don't think you were. I mean, I wouldn't. Like, you'd be insane to drive a road car around the Nordschleife on the limit on Torresfahrten. You'd have to be an idiot. And then, like, just no one says. I disagree that the cars are unrealistic at the limit. What you said about the cars at the limit is wrong, because they actually do move smoothly, or they do hold slip in a similar way to this other sim. It's always you're just wrong. I listen because I'm an idiot and I don't drive real cars and I have no authority. I have to say, am I calling Misha an idiot? Where did you get that from? I'm not talking about Misha. We talked about Misha earlier. He's working as part of the marketing for Kunos, and you can see Misha's a good driver and he's a better content creator than me. Does better videos. You can see he's struggling to drive what for him would be a very easy car to drive, whilst he's saying the opposite of what's actually happening. But he's literally part of the marketing for the video game, which is fine, and I'm glad he is doing marketing for it. He deserves it. I like his videos. But it's really weird. It's weird for people to keep going, well, Misha says it's great. And it's like, well, so you're quoting the video game's marketing as a counter argument to someone that's not being paid by Kunos, I am a Kunos fan, but I'm very consistent with what I'm saying. And that's even beside the point. If someone says the cars handle like trolleys at the limit, it doesn't matter what real race driver says, whatever. If you can see in the video, you can literally see Misha struggling to drive an easy to drive car that he in real life would find so easy to drive. He did towards the end. He said comments on the handling. He was mostly just pointing out the details of the track, which are really good, and which I even said, as I've said in my videos. The track details and the car models and the liveries and stuff are really good in this. I quite like the lighting as well. What's going on here? Is this working? Yeah, it's like so this is the real problem. He wasn't being paid at the start, and by more. Okay, where do you draw the line between a partnership and being paid, though, as well? So it might not be a direct sponsorship, but if you're in the release announcements for a video game and you're like the de facto guy for the Nordschleife, where does the partnership start and stop? Like, it might not be a sponsored video. He might still be able to say what he wants to say. And I'm not saying that he's dishonest. I like Misha. I like his content. He does better videos than me, and he can drive. I can't drive. So, you know, it's like it's just weird to use that content as a counter argument to something I'm saying, especially when you can literally see in his video that he's struggling to drive the car. Well, if he is being paid, he legally has to say so, which is fine. I've no problem with it. I have nothing against people being sponsored, and I really I think Misha's a good ambassador for the stuff that he's ambassador for. He also does. He's an ambassador for Novus motion simulators. I think he's really good for that, and for Bilstein with Jimmy and Steve. So I think he's really good. So I like his videos. I watch loads of his Nordschleifer videos, and it's a pain in the arse filming on boards and then getting audio right, and especially when he would do stuff where he's talking to people. It's a real pain in the arse to film that type of content and have a good video at the end of it. It's a US. But the thing is, it's just weird that I get accused of... I never get accused of shilling on content that I'm actually shilling. Like, we've done... years ago, we did, like, a headphone review. Or occasionally we did, like, the Porsche All-Stars. I've done some, like, Rennsport races. We did the presentation for the ESL R1, the first ESL R1 thing. That was paid work. I was presenting. I don't normally do much sponsored stuff. I'll probably do more of it because it's really easy money. But I generally don't. But if I do, I say it. I'm like, great, we're getting paid to do a thing. But the thing is, I get accused of shilling when I'm not. That's what's ridiculous. And when we did a thing with Race Room years ago with some DTM drivers. That was paid. Yeah. When I'm not being paid with Race Room stuff, people are like, "Oh, you're shilling Race Room. Why are you playing it?" Stupid. Oh dear. Yeah, the guy who invented gliders. Yeah, people assume that I'm... You were paid for the Fanatec anniversary. I wasn't paid for that. They paid for my transport. Did you get to go up in the plane pool? I missed out on that. I would have loved that, but I felt like I was a bit of a burden. I felt like a bit of an arse, really. I was like, oh, I'm in Germany here. I was so tired. I felt really sick at that event. Did you go on the go-karts? I was so sick through that whole event. I was having like a bad chronic fatigue and sleep issue. It was terrible. When the event was on, through the entirety of that event, I was just like, I want to sleep. I want to throw up, and I want to sleep. That was it. And the go-kart, which I nearly died in, did wake me up a little bit. But yeah, it was terrible. It's a really nice thing though. Landshut's well nice. And guys at Fanatec are awesome. It's good that a lot of the same people work at Fanatec, actually. That explains the photo. The Fanatec podium launch event, we did a video of it. But yeah, that wasn't sponsored. They paid for our transport. It was just it was like a press event. That's pretty common for like a press event so that's what we did with PMR in Zurich. That's a really common press format. So like, sometimes they're in the UK, so I did one with Codemasters and it was just in a pub, but like I'm basically live in London, so I just turned up. But if you didn't, they would cover your transport, because otherwise press can't afford to spend £300 to £800 on a last minute flight to check a game out, right, or check a product out, because they would go bankrupt very quickly. So press stuff, it's very common for them to just pay for the flights. That's it. You just travel's reimbursed. So I did so yes, it's just really, people have like this really distorted view on things. Let's see some driving. He has to be dramatic because people are blindly paid. No, I mean, a lot of people aren't. So we keep explaining this. a lot on YouTube as well. You do not need to be paid to be positive. You make a lot more money if you just don't. If you're not critical, you will make more money. Oh, Steve, you idiot! We'll just restart it. Generally, just being positive, people will give you more money. You'll get more viewers. You'll get more subscribers. You get more donations. The vibe is a happier vibe. What a great guy. It cheers me up. And that's people watching content to feel happy, right? Generally. Steve's making a server. He's broken it, though. Should we just quit and rejoin? So, you're going to be... If you've got to a channel size, like my channel size, like over 60,000 subscribers, you're going to make money easier and with less effort than doing contractual sponsorships, generally speaking, just by being positive and just covering games and going, oh, I'm having a good time. That's it. That'll make you more money. Just generally being positive makes you way more money. People don't understand this. They think, oh, it's got to be paid off. It's like, no, it's just how the internet works. It's business. Everyone's positive in business. Everyone's a yes man. Why do you think it is? It's because you make more money. Just, which one is it? You're confusing us, Steve. What's going on? I'm going to guess it's the one with the ping. We'll see. Oh. What I said at Sim Racing Expo is that they'd fixed. It seemed like they'd fixed the auto, like the cars binning, and I genuinely did have quite a positive vibe from Sim Racing Expo, and I do think this is better than 0.3 for the reasons that I've said. Like the cars just don't. You can catch the slides a lot easier, right? Also, I was on like £160,000 motion rig, which I did say. Even in the video, I said, "Oh, I can't tell how much of this is the sim or the simulator I'm on," right? Which I literally said in the video. It's not cryptic. And then at an event, it's like 30 minutes that you're playing the game for. I'm an idiot, and I also tend to be, very optimistic generally for stuff that's not experienced yet. That's just how I am as a person, and so I have to keep reminding myself to be pessimistic. If something doesn't exist yet, I'm really optimistic to the future because I'm stupid. But I know that's my personality type.
Happy birthday, White.
Oh, thank you. Well, at a trade show, the other thing is you can't feel. You can't. They set the wheels up, so you can't really judge a sim based off the wheels. So again, you kind of go, well, I'll assume it seems all right until you play it on your own equipment. No, so people don't understand the difference between. This is exactly like. It's exactly like ACC. You can drive it very easy. You can catch oversteer, but you can't hold combined slip naturally. And that's the issue. There's no force feedback for the fronts. I need to change my wheel rim over here. Well, that is it. That was what I was saying to PMR. Exactly. The thing is, PMR... I think there's a real issue with influencers going along with, like, whatever the zeitgeist for influencers is. I've got loads of bed in it. Look, I had to sleep. I slept on the floor here last night because next door neighbours doing building work, and I thought, oh, I won't get woken up in the morning if I'm down here sleeping. I'll sleep in the basement, and it didn't help. Who does building at 7 a.m? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Slept with the sim ring, yeah.
Good evening, UK West.
Thank you, Scotty P. Appreciate it. Oh, maybe they did start exactly at 8 a.m. Bloody annoying. Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is.
The pace car is out of control.
But I think one of the big issues with this is just the lack of front end feel. Is a really huge issue. And it's strange that they don't seem to understand that. A lot of people don't know what that is. Strike 5 pilot, thank you. Really appreciate that. Look at that, he's just thrown 119 knock at me. Thank you. Like, the way the tyres are coming in and out of grip is just no feel for that. It's crazy. It is definitely I don't know how much. Is that a lot of money you've just sent me? It is definitely hard with these games to tell how much of it is weird force feedback versus weird physics. When you don't have front end feel, it really makes it quite hard to tell. Oh, like £20. Well, thank you. Like the force feedback does not. Thank you, if I was the ball. The force feedback is not correlating to stuff that's useful to drive from. I just don't get why. I think a lot of people don't use force feedback to drive particularly.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, there is the hope that they add telemetry force feedback support, and then you can use something like a V&M wheelbase.
3, 2,
Bloody hell! What's this?
1, go.
Thank you.
Einschaltungszeichen never unsubscribed and along for the ride.
Thank you very much. Never unsubscribe, not for the ride. Appreciate it. But the physics just seem weird because the force feedback's so weird as well. I mean, I feel like the physics are probably a bit weird. This Porsche's not as bad as the MX-5. We do have TC on this though. Yeah, I don't know what the delay thing is. I say ACC has that issue as well. I have no idea what causes that. It's not really input delay, it's like physics delay. See, this is the other thing. If you're on like a super low end wheel, you ain't gonna know about any of these things anyway, really, because why is there a on a low-end wheel, you can only really feel self-aligning, which is, I think this game does all right, to be honest. Like just the rear popping out. So, and that's what most people are aware of in terms of force feedback. Yeah, we could put a Fanatec wheel on here just to use it side by side. I've got a few we could just stick on the rig. It's not elitism. It's just a reality that lower power force feedback wheels just don't put out a lot of detail. I've got a G293. Like it's so like disconnect, like the handling. It's so disconnected. It's like you do an action, then the car follows, but like as if it's a road car, not as if it's a bloody race car. It's like a half-second delay between what you're doing and what happens, even though it's not input delay. ACC is exactly the same. It's really weird. Super weird. You could go, oh well, maybe it's the tyres flexing and whatever, but it's like, well, tyre flex happens pretty quickly, right? It's not. I have been on a racetrack. I've had passenger laps with multiple cars, GT4, sports cars, supercars. I've driven on cut slicks and slick tyres, Ariel Atom, Toyota Celica, and I've driven like 2 road cars on a track. So that's doesn't make me an expert, but it means that like, oh, I know what the general sort of response of a car is like, right? So I've had passenger laps in a Radical and what else? A bunch of stuff. So you can even feel in a passenger lap, you're like, oh, I can see what the driver's doing, I can feel what's going on. You can drive a rental car, that doesn't have a delay. And you can't feel anything through the wheel in a rental car. It's just... the force feedback's just disconnected from what's actually happening. The fact that some people can't notice that is a little bit worrying. No, if you're using too much throttle, the back would be coming out and you would see it. So a lot of people confuse getting oversteer with that being the problem. It's not to do with getting oversteer and avoiding oversteer. It's just how it moves around in oversteer. So you can use TC so that you don't get oversteer, but you can also just not push the throttle as hard. I don't have any feel. Oh, the game might. They might have put like inertia or damper in the game that's causing some weird delay. You don't need to simulate G-forces. If you have a direct steering rack, you can feel a lot of what the car's doing. iRacing with Marvin's app, really detailed. AC1, really detailed, really precise. AMS1, incredibly detailed and precise. You don't need any additional effects or like things added. You can just do it through the steering rack. You just need to have a very clear signal from the steering rack. Homie, maybe, but that also confuses a lot of people. Thanks for subscribing, appreciate it. You can, if you do plug a wheel into a USB hub, you can get delay from the USB hub. But my wheel is plugged directly into my PC, so yeah, sometimes that can be an issue with USB hubs, especially for USB hubs like not got enough there's like weird stuff that can happen. So if force feedback or a like motion sim device feels delayed to me, I will check the USB port it's plugged into. I've never actually had it be a problem, but it's something that's worth checking. Like, it can happen. I know I've had it happen once with a force feedback joystick, but I've never had it happen with a wheel or motion rig or anything. I just assume that I'm wrong, because if you've got larger YouTubers, oh you shit! If you've got larger YouTubers and some real race drivers saying that I'm wrong, then I can't possibly be right. Like, all the reasons that I've said are completely invalid. So, just what you need to do is you have to form your views based off other YouTubers that haven't actually defined exactly what they're saying, but just have a positive vibe about something. That's what I recommend. Ignore any actual points made. But to be fair, the actual physics of the actual physics of this Porsche Cup car are a lot closer to AC1. But the force feedback is giving you the wrong information. The force feedback on this Porsche Cup car is actually getting in the way of the driving. Like, it's telling me the wrong stuff. It's mental. Force feedback should always help you, not hinder you. No, I'm not running any filters on this wheelbase, so I can feel exactly what the game's putting through the wheel. I've got no damper at all. It's very direct. What's his name? John Munro. He's a really good guy, actually. The guys at Traction, they do a really good job, you know. Like, they do good research for their videos. And Thomas as well, the guy with the hair. I don't like him because he has hair. They're really good. They work super hard as well. So got a lot of respect for them, to be honest. They put in the work. Thomas is insane. I've been at so many events with Thomas. I've been at so many events and he's just working non-stop, doing posts and writing. It's insane. People say to me, they're like, "Oh, Gamer Muscle, you work so hard at events, you're doing so much filming, what were you doing?" I'm like, well, take a look at Thomas. He puts my work ethic to shame. He's like a machine. He's like a media cyborg. Yeah, he does good quality work as well. That's the even worse part of it. But yeah, they do a good job. Well, they're owned by some. I don't know who they're owned by, but they're doing a good job either way. So I like. John Monroe reminds me of like 90s gaming TV, just the way he's, because his accent as well, but just the way he presents and things. So I find their stuff quite sort of weirdly nostalgic to watch. I'm just running no filter and then whatever like default in the game, or like 80 with no filters on the game. It's insane. Well, so the difficulty with cars in real life compared to Sims is that they're both calmer and more active at the same time, and this is the problem that Sims have. Yeah, that's why I watched that, Steve. Yeah, they went through a lot of details and like little snippets and things. Yeah. Yeah, so a real car. This is the same with planes in simulator. It's a simulator problem, is that real objects can be very, very snappy and change direction and you know, immediate. but then they also have inertia, and they also, like, the atmosphere is fluid, effectively, quite viscous at speed. There's quite a cushioned effect to reality, so it's snappy but then also comes out of motion very abruptly but smoothly with like an infinite depth. And that's very hard for computers to, that's why, so the analogy I always use is you know, like water in old computer generated films. If you look at water in old films, it'd be like really spiky and sharp and look more like paper or something, or it would look like jelly. And so it's very hard to make something move quickly in a detailed way and not then have like random issues with the computer. You need a certain degree of fidelity, and it's mental. So the thing with racing sims is, what you really want to do is you want the cars to be reactive and snappy and quick like a real car, but you also want them to have poise and balance. This is a new graphics engine, and then the physics in this are built on top of ACC physics, which is why it feels like shit compared to AC1. Alright, Paul, thanks for watching, man. Have a good night. Guys, check out Paul Smith. He does live streams. He's got a busy stream schedule this week. Well, what happened with FPS games is they started to add more smoothing to them to make the motion look better, to make it look more natural. But then that can also make it feel disconnected from you as a player. It's very hard to get right with FPS games. And then if you make it slow to make it more realistic, it's more a game design thing, but if you make it slow to make it more realistic, what ends up happening is then it just feels sluggish to the player and clumsy. And then you also just have the history of shooter games and what people got used to, and then you have the history of shooter games on console to PC, and then people have movement expectations. So an interesting one is, if you play an FPS on console, a lot of your aiming is you keep the cursor at head height or upper body height, and you aim using strafing, and circle strafing is a very common way to aim in a console FPS, right? But on a PC shooter, because you've got a mouse, you aim by moving your mouse. Like, you can tap your keys, but you can snap aim, right? You can't snap aim on a console.
The pace car is out of control.
You end up with player movement speed being instrumental to how you aim in an FPS on a console game, whereas on a PC it's not related. So there's completely different expectations of how you should move, what movement speed, how that affects aim and everything. And then how that's received will depend on if the player base is a console player base or a PC player base. So it's quite interesting. But Unreal Engine didn't have input delay. There was an issue with mouse smoothing with Unreal 3 engine that started to happen, but prior to that it didn't. That's a separate issue. Oh dear, so much of this stuff. Thank you very much, Mr. Jimmy, for the resub. Halo on PC, when it was first ported to PC, didn't work through so there's a thing called there's a thing where you've got like an actual mouse position, and it's taking the actual mouse position to then move the character. But then some console games, they would, because you're using a joystick to aim, they would treat the movement of the aiming as an acceleration. So when they ported the Halo to PC, they fixed this eventually, but when they first ported it, the mouse, when you moved it forwards, it would not be one-to-one with the movement. When you move it forwards, it'd be like if you move from this position to this position in X amount of time, that acceleration is how much it moves. So it's basically like you were using a mouse as if it was a joystick. And it felt terrible. Yeah. Why have we got 97 minutes practice? Are we not doing a race? I'm going to set my car. It's fine. We can hot lap here. So, yeah, I mean, then there was that whole thing where by default in Windows, mice didn't have raw. Like, you had to, in Windows, you had to set your mouse to raw input, and you also had to set mouse smoothing to 4. I think it was 4. It was either 4 or 7. There was a value in Windows. Thanks for subscribing. We can do a race.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Shifty Sushi. Thank you very much for subbing on both things as well, and Jack. Yeah, you had to set your mouse moving to a middle value, or it might even be slightly above the middle value, because that was 1-to-1 and didn't use Windows interpolation, even with it on RAW. Because if you had it slightly too fast, Windows would add an interpolated movement between the actual movement. Thanks, Steve. Does it still have acceleration on by default? Yeah, so this is why you've got gaming mice, where you set it in Windows, you use your gaming mice, and then you can change the DPI, and then you've got a whole debate on the DPI and which DPI is actually more accurate, and it probably doesn't even matter either way. Oh, dear. And that's right, that mouse stuff is way more subtle than force feedback in driving sims and car behaviour. So maybe that's why I notice it more with driving sims, because this stuff with mice is like 1 billion times more subtle than force feedback and how cars move in driving games. I think sim racers and people that do driving are actually just a bit slow. I think they're just like not actual gamers, maybe. So to them they're like, oh, what's going on? Oh, it feels good. They don't know. They didn't come through. I was a proper Instagib player, guys. That nothing gets more sharper than Instagib. Robo Collective. I've hot lapped Nords most days for years on AC1, and Evo 0.4 has just given me as much enjoyment of doing the same thing. Graphics are a bit, well, good for you. Hummer. Hi, James. I totally agree with you. I'm old. 58. Do Sims since Jeff Crammond's Grand Prix 1. The first Thrustmaster wheel with elastics inside. ACC is indeed shit. Well, look, 2 contrasting comments there. Are we rejoining the server? What's happening here? Yeah, mouse really does it. And that's alright, Steve. There's no what, rush. Shit indeed. Alright, right. How much bollocks have I received for what I said about ACC at launch? And it's very similar to Evo stuff, right? I'll concede I don't think Evo's as bad as ACC, right? But how much shit have I gotten for that? Constant shit, right? Lo and behold, Max Verstappen. I don't like ACC. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, no. Let's move on from ACC now. Game of Muscle, he was wrong about that. Let's move on to Evo now. He's wrong about Evo. Move on. Steve's hosting for us. Oh, yeah, I'm getting totally spammed in the videos and told that I'm a shill and all this stuff. Which one are we joining? There we go. There's a bit of a delay on the... Okay. Practice. Which one is it? Well, you can play it Unreal Tournament through your browser now. It's really good. I think we've just got the Porsche at the moment. Oh, it's not up yet. I'm being a little harsh. I don't think I am thin limbs. Right. Put it this way. Evo is come out 10 years after AC1, and ACC had terrible physics, right? And terrible force feedback. And I was harsh on that, but clearly not harsh enough. And most, you know, you have a lot of influencers, a lot of people going, ACC's fine, whatever, right? Evo is meant to be the sequel to AC. It should drive better than a game that came out 10 years ago and should have more detailed or as detailed force. It should be as good as. Right? That's not unfair. The effects don't make any difference either way. Lofi more, they just vibrate. They're the same as like the AC1 effects. It's just vibrational stuff. We can turn it off, but it literally doesn't make any difference. Which one are we joining? What's going on here? Oh, race weekend. Here we go. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any difference. The password is T. Colin Pachucuscu. Exactly. That's another myth. You need mods for AC. AC was rubbish when it came out. No. It was actually really good. The Lotus Evora, I think it was, around Magione, was literally like, oh shit, they've managed to take Netcar Pro, tighten it up a bit, and they've got some laser scan tracks and real world cars. That's really good. I drove that loads. But no, you need mods for it. Like, people are just not thinking for themselves. It's the once you know. I mean, I think if you do YouTube, you notice it's more because you're at things and you see stuff, so you know what the reality is. And then you just see all the comments and all the repetition, and you even know where people have repeated stuff from, and you're like, bloody hell, this is actually really quite scary. The degree to which people are not thinking for themselves is really scary. I don't think it's common sense. I think common sense is a bad word to use. I know what you're trying to say, but I think common sense is because there isn't actually such a thing as common sense. It's being skeptical, maybe trying stuff for yourself and forming arguments based off your own points, or like having a point or a direct counterpoint. If you try to be really critical, you get some people angry about it. This is how it always works. That's part of it. And then maybe people watch because, yeah, maybe. Then they come to your videos and then they get a different opinion, and their small brains get. Yeah, no, the reality is, though, I end up getting just constant barrage of shit, and I'm old. And to be honest, I'd rather just make money. You know, I'd really... I don't enjoy... I'd rather just sit here and not say anything, to be honest. I'm just neurotic. It's probably like a weird ADHD thing or something. Or like, I don't know. I totally get why people just don't say stuff. It's so much easier. It's just so much easier. Like, you don't have to have a conversation with someone, do you? You just be like, oh yeah, you having fun? I'm having fun. No, the Simagic 12 Newton meter should be all right. That should feel pretty good. It's probably a setting that's making it feel weak. Right, you see when I come out of the corner, you see how I'm wobbling the wheel because it feels disconnected from the car when we come out of the slip. And you see when you watch when other people drive this game, when they get into slip and then come out of it, they are doing pointless wheel wobbles because they can't feel how much they actually need to counter steer to actually like for the car to collect. So they're basically holding the counter steer for longer and waiting because it doesn't line up with what the car's doing. No, yeah, oh, here we go, cold tyres. I don't... Again, so a lot of people just repeat stuff. The cold tyres. I'm going to get a t-shirt that says cold tyres. Cold tyres. Cold tyres. In fairness, in this game, the cold tyres actually are quite realistic to cold tyres. Like, the cars actually drive perfectly fine with cold tyres. It's actually really good. Like, so a lot. There's been a thing with a lot of sims that have much more dynamic tyre temperature. They tend to make the cold tyres have like, well, just driving in, like as if the track's wet or something. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But actually, cold tyres, a car's still quite drivable on cold tyres, and it is in this. The cars don't do stupid shit on cold tyres, so. There's a real common misconception in sim racing that cold tyres are totally insane. They're just really low grip and underperform and don't bite, and yeah, it does. You do, like, a driver would have to be careful on the throttle. At BRT, it's not, no, yeah, yes and no, but not. Most sim racers have a completely off the charts misunderstanding of how cold tyres behave. And then a lot of it is that you get like a tyre that's like not optimum, but it's cold. It's still totally drivable. It's just not optimum. It's not in the zone of like actual decent operation. And there's a point where it just really hooks up, and you can the lap times come in, like the tyres come into an operational zone, and that's a very big performance window difference. But that's different to a car being very undrivable. What you said was what you were explaining when trying to catch the wheel. Yeah, but what I was explaining is it does it all the time in all movements, and even on cold tyres, you can still feel there's still like a connection there. It's just more vague because there's less grip. It's not that that it turns off entirely. Here we go. We're going racing. A cold slick isn't like ice. Well, maybe on a bike. Look, I've never been on a bike. I don't know about bikes, but I have been in race cars on tyres that are cold, on a cold track as well. As I say, I think Evo does a good job with its cold tyres. I think weirdly PMR actually did an alright job. LMU I think got them okay. Like, there was a point where they were totally mental. iRacing's cold tyres are a bit insane, but that's because iRacing you can't drive over the limit at all. iRacing is particularly guilty for bloody weird cold tyres. Qualifying, here we go. Well, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. At no point do I say that people can't enjoy stuff. I'm not. At no point do I claim that people can't enjoy things. You should see the shit I enjoy. You should see the shit I enjoy. I like flying gliders, right? I am not in a position. This is what I find bizarre when people go, "Oh, you're doing this." It's like, mate, I never tell anybody what they can and can't enjoy. I like walking in fields. I like gliders. You've seen me play flight sim. I'll fly gliders for 7 hours, 8 hours, doing nothing. I enjoy it. So at no point, and gliders are pretty shit in flight sim in many ways. Yeah, fair enough. I've just said it's just funny when I get a lot of people claiming that I'm saying they can't enjoy stuff, and it's like, well, it doesn't make any sense. I know. I like really weird stuff. If you're chasing realism, the season you're racing in should make the variance what? Well, it depends on the. It just depends on the track temperature, doesn't it? So it could be like winter, but the sun's beaming down on the track, and so the track can be quite warm. But you know, there's so many factors. It gets very complicated. You flew gliders when you were younger. I'm definitely going to do it in real life at some point. It's just, I see it as, oh, thank you. You are wrong. Wrong.
You are.
You are. This is like French German. Thank you very much. No, actually, Jet, so this is a common misconception. Gliders actually have a similar flight profile to jet planes, and they actually sell gliders with jet engines. Right? And they sometimes use them as trainers, and so the landing process in a glider is kind of like a back to front way of landing a jet plane, a fighter jet, specific, not a passenger jet, but like a fighter jet, because you keep putting the flaps down, and then that decreases your speed. Well, it's not really flaps; it's a spoiler, but which is more like an air brake than a. Anyway, yeah, like the angle that you approach an airfield in a glider is also more similar to what you would in a jet plane. It's super interesting, but Google glider with jet engine as well. There's this crazy guy that used to work for NASA who built this mini jet plane as well. It's not a glider, it's a literal jet plane, but it's like a single seater micro jet, and there's amazing videos of him flying it around. It's literally like the size of a bicycle. And it's like a little jet plane that he built. A glider with a jet is basically a jet plane, but the point is when you can tuck the glider in. You can tuck the jet in, so then it's a glider. The gliding part is just that you're using thermals and ridge or wave lift to gain altitude. What's the force feedback like? It's going to depend on a whole bunch of stuff. Different gliders will have different feel as well. The gliders, I think, are quite floppy. But I'll definitely do a glider flight at some point. But I just see it as a frivolous.
The pace car is out of control.
It's quite a frivolous expense. Like, it's not a.
The pace car is out of control.
You know, not really central to what I do. think the thing that that I've seen in gliders that I think would feel mental is if you get in a thermal under a cloud, right? A strong thermal. That there can be like 5, 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour. Like you can get multiple G of like lift from a thermal. So imagine you're in a lift, but you're just in a plane, and it just goes up like that. It's not that it flies up. It goes up like it's crazy. So I think that would feel mental. Yeah, 5 to 8 meters per second. What's that in miles an hour? Obviously, once you've started accelerating, you're no longer accelerating. But that initial going from 0 to 5 meters per second is crazy. But to be fair, Microsoft already did take me out in a light aircraft and flew me to Seattle, so can't really ask for any more, you know. yeah, I think I've already been treated too much by Microsoft. Oh, here come to Seattle. Oh yeah, here, have a flight in a light aircraft and a tour of Seattle. Okay. That's it. I've been spoiled. We even flew over the Microsoft campus, or the old one. It's a new one now. Why is my frame rate so bad? We're getting like 97 FPS here. In Flight Sim, I don't think it was that. Someone said it was, but I don't think it actually was. We were lied to. Yeah, glider people are super nice. I don't know why. I guess you have to be. Like, you can't have any ego with aircraft because the margin between being alive and dead is probably one of the worst of all activities. Like the margin between being alive and dead is incredibly narrow. Like even compared to like track racing, track day stuff, like a very small mistake in an aircraft is like you're dead. So you have to be super careful. You know, like communication clearly and give people the benefit of the doubt and stuff. Yeah. Sim flight guide. No, I'd love to do it. It's just expensive. So. Thomas Schmidt at the top with the wall hacks. Why is my game stuttering? Maybe we need to run it full screen. Thomas is using really expensive sim equipment though, so I can't compete with that. Maybe they should put degrees by this if they use a degree system. That'd be good. Yeah. It seems like it's weird performance. So like when you come around a corner, I think it's when it loads assets. I think that's still a problem. Yeah, so one of our fastest members that plays on our when we host AC1 servers. They what's going on here? Did you just kill the server? They play with a gamepad and they're like really really fast. I have no, not properly. I turned it off because I haven't set a profile up for it, and the belt tension is super aggressive by default. Ah! Did I miss the start? What's going on? Ah, there's not enough time. We'll catch up. I got scammed here. We'll catch up. It's fine. Absolute scam, guys. It's like an iRacing start. Joke. It's because my team was... we had a penalty for changing the engine. I just didn't go to the grid in time. Pedals, I don't really know for like cheaper pedals. The Fanatec CSL load cells I always quite liked. See, I feel with this car, it's mostly that it's just the force feedback that's bollocksed. The general handling of this car doesn't seem too bad, actually. The force feedback just feels super all over the place. Hello, random call sign. Have you had any more comments? Stupid car. Oh my god. Like me and random call sign sometimes send each other the comments that we get. So dumb. Where's my... Oh, did I cut the track? My delta bar's not working.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. See, the thing you do notice with this car, again, there's zero force feedback for the front tyres. It's all just the rear. And weird suspension stuff.
Okay, let's go. Bit of a send there, sorry. Bit of an aggressive send. It's interesting that worked. Oh, we still got more laps. I thought that was the last lap. That's why I did the crazy send there. Oh, I got a penalty. 5 seconds for track cutting. Oh, no. Oh, I've done it again. We're just doing racing with people on the Game of Muscle server. Oh, one more lap. How is that track cut there? That doesn't make any sense. Oh no, he's coming back at me. Can't see him. Yeah, I mean, the force feedback's terrible on this car, to be honest. I mean, like, in some ways you're like, oh, well, you can feel the rear. There's, like, stuff going on.
but it's just not useful to drive from. It's just like... It's terrible. It stops you from losing the rear. Like, it's very easy to catch, but you're not really not really driving. It's I don't know what it is. It's super strange. I think maybe if it had... Well, that car just started flying off. Look at him go. Woo! It's gone. He's gone. He's out of here. Snobs. Snobs, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting loads of stutter as well. I don't know what to do. We do another server. What were the lap times? How do you know your best lap time? Like, why does it... Oh no, it's gone because the server's gone. I'm not using Riviera Tuner. What do we want to do? Let's do a Road Atlanta in... what's a good car? Let's have a look. Why no virtual mirror? Because I'm faster than everybody, so I don't need to look behind me. What cars? We should do like a good car. Is there a good car in this game? Should we do like the Caterham Academy maybe? Like that's a classic. Like that at Road Atlanta. What do you think, guys? Yeah, let's do the Caterham Academy at Road Atlanta. Oh, hello. Andy H. Andy H has pledged £3.50 to the Church of Muscle. May your tithings bring you luck and glory. Thank you very much. And it's going to spam that now 3 times. Good old Patreon. Luck and glory to Andy.
Blessed be the blessed be. Here he comes again.
I made that jingle. Do you like it? Steve's putting up another server for us. Which is very nice of him. Appreciate all the viewers though. Thank you very much for watching, guys. It's nice having like 400 people watching. Actually, it's more. Bloody hell. 450, 60, 70, 480 people. That's actually like... That's borderline. That's almost professional levels of live streaming. Like that, you could consider that almost successful. Successful as a YouTuber. That doesn't make sense. Actually successful. Is that a successful live stream? If we do like every live stream we've done recently, I mean it's new games, isn't it? We'll have to see what happens in like 6 months' time. I can eat bread now. I'll be able to buy a car. Oh, my game's crashed. I'll be able to get a driver's license and have a real life. All that decade I put into sim racing is finally paying off. I can have a life. German wife, here we go. The 10 years of life spent making shit content was not totally wasted. I'll probably die to this would be like dead. That's it. Oh well. Oh, I like my 0 Guinness. Well, good. Server's going up. You have no idea. Okay, don't worry about it. You can't be less competent than me. Also, Steve, have you booked Sim Formula? I'm booked in, guys. Sim Formula Europe on the 14th to 19th. No, 15th to 18th. In Maastricht in January. Random, you could go. I've booked Eurotunnel. Get cheap tickets. Because I know how much you like spending money on conventions. But, yeah. We're with the servers. Here we go. So yeah, if you're into like, if you want to go to something that's a bit similar to Sim Racing Expo but more chill, you can. Oh, the game's crashed again. Oh, it's because I clicked. It hasn't crashed. I clicked on the wrong thing. You can talk to developers there. There's some esports stuff. There's hardware there. It's also a really good car show. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called, but it's all combined into a single thing. So they've got loads of cool cars and things if you're into the vintage cars, new cars, sports cars. It's called the car. No, it's called like. I honestly can't remember what it's called. Something. Car, indoor car park. We love cars. No, it's like oh, I don't know what it's bloody called. Interclassic. See, Steve. Well done, Steve. No, Interclassic. Oh, there's no car in that, is there? Are you into classics? Last year, or this, I should say, this year's in January this year, we were. Someone couldn't get one of their cars out. It was like a 1930s race car, and they couldn't get it started because they were driving it out. So we were I did a YouTube short of it actually. We were bump starting the car. It was well funny. We were like all four of us were pushing it, and it's like it was awesome. Yeah, into classics. Sim Formula Europe is the trade show. So yeah, it's really nice this year. I got really bad flu from it this year, but I've had the flu jab. I highly recommend people get a flu jab. By the way, the hospital admissions for flu are up 50% this year to normal. So if you can get a flu jab, it's £15 from Boots if you have to pay for it. So get your flu jab, and it's great. Swifty. Gaming's like politics, I know. I'm so gaslit, I'm like a Victorian street. Well, the only hope for the force feedback in this game that I think likely, bearing in mind that Stefano thinks I'm an idiot, and he might be right. The only hope for the force feedback in this game will be if it has telemetry out, and then you could maybe use like a VNM wheelbase, or like Simucube might have some stuff that can feed into it. I think that's probably the only hope, because I don't think Kunos do not give a shit about force feedback. I've spoken to them about it. They think it's fine with ACC at least. It's by design, which is hard to believe, but there you go. Don't question it. Well, maybe I'll get a direct drive wheel with telemetry force feedback or something. I don't know, but it's not, as it is now, it's not enjoyable to drive. You're in a cup car. Always cheating. Typical guy. Oh, let's put some audio-based force feedback effects on. This is going to work. I don't think it will. I know we don't have a Logitech or True Force because we're not losers. Yeah, PMR definitely doesn't look too good. I can get the Fanny-Tech out at some point. I haven't tried the V&M wheelbase properly, no. Hopefully we will do it at some point. But I've got too much stuff to get new equipment to review, so... It's a nice car, this. I'd love to drive one of these in real life. This was like... this car is like one of my first sort of cars that I always liked. I really like cars where the bonnet's long for some reason. I don't know why, but to me that's a car. The engine in front of the driver. I mean, it probably handles like shit, but I always liked cars where the bonnet's long and the driver's sat back. Do you remember in the original Grand Theft Auto, the top-down one? I think it was like a Dodge Viper. Like, do you remember Grand Theft Auto London and the very first Grand Theft Auto? The fastest car was one where it was like I think it was meant to be like a Dodge Viper. Yeah, that sort of car. I just think it's really nice. But the K-trims look awesome. Yeah. But you can get one of these cars quite cheap actually. But they're not very practical. What's the BMW? Is that the 240? What's the BMW that came out in like 2003, 2004? The James Bond one? That looks nice as well. Is it BMW? Look at this. Talking about pizza. I haven't got a pizza. Wait, why are you getting me a pizza? The Pagani Zonda R looks like a 90s computer case. The BMW Z4, yeah. Yeah, the Z4 looks really nice, I think. Apparently they break and they're shit. But I always thought they looked awesome. Yeah, what happened to BMW? Like, why their cars all look terrible now? The stupid grille design, they look awful. BMW lost the plot. Yeah, I think you could get this car... You could round this off a bit more, but then make some of the edges, like, sharper. Be amazing. Oh, hang on, we're just... Oh, this is practice still. We're waiting for the race to go to quali. These shots are good on the track. So, like, this is the thing. Some aspects of... Evo, like the presentation of the car here in the pit lane, these panning shots, that's really good. Looks nice. I actually don't mind the graphics in Evo. Like the performance needs to be better, but the general presentation is quite good. Like the animations of the marshals stood at the track and what they're doing. Like it looks like mocap stuff. The stuff that the driver does. You know, just really nice little attention to detail. Sadly, that's. In my mind, a little bit secondary to handling at the limit and force feedback. But you credit it, the art guys have done a really good job on this game. You don't need ray tracing for a driving sim, other than where ray tracing is good for a driving sim is just ray trace shadows. But other than that, you don't really need it. Zag, yeah, no, this happens a lot. Yeah, no, and it's always a straw man. Yeah, no, you see it all the time. This happens with everything. It happens on other people's streams. People strawman what I say, and then they go, "Oh, Gamer Muscle said that you're wrong. Gamer Muscle said that this has the best physics ever. Gamer Muscle said that PMR is good. Why are you saying it's bad?" Gamer Muscle, and it's like, no, he didn't. He didn't say that at all. And now all you've done is make these. And so when, honestly. I meet people in real life quite a bit, and they go, "Oh," I'll talk to them about actual stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh, I thought you were a total idiot. They still do. But like they're like, oh, actually, oh yeah, I see what he's getting at. Like they might not agree with what I'm saying, which is totally fine. I like that. But they're like, oh, I understand the point you're making. But it's so stupid now about how much I get strawmanned. It's mental. It's like if someone says, I think cooperatives are really good, and I think workers should get a share of the profits as a natural part of business. And I think there's too much profiteering in a lot of larger businesses. Someone says something like that, and which is totally reasonable, and then someone goes, they said that they're passionate followers of everything Karl Marx said, and they're communists, and they support Russia in everything. You'd be like, hang on. It's like, what? It's so stupid. Why can't I get to my car setup? Oh, click the wrong thing. Blame my community. I don't have a community. They're just elderly people that are asleep. Wow, this car didn't have much options. There's in real life, this Caterham has like there's like 4 or so main variants. If you like the Caterham Cup series, they have like a one with a limited slip diff and one that doesn't, and this, I think this is like the basic one, which is fine, you know. Yeah, I think the description of my sort of, I'm sort of like democratic socialist is. Oh, can we change the steering speed? That was the thing. More sort of like a democratic socialism is generally what I go with. How can you stand this chat? I actually use AI to convert all the chat into beautiful women. It's made streaming a lot more enjoyable. Like, this car's just getting, it's stuck. It got stuck. When it went into oversteer, you have to like wrench it out of. Look at that. It doesn't make sense. That is not how a car drives. You have to like additionally pull it out of oversteer. It's not responding to the steering. That is just ridiculous. Cold. It's not even about cold tyres. You would just generally with cold tyres in that situation, you probably just expect it to slop. Just be like sloppy. Or just get stuck in understeer. Oh, is that just because first gear? I thought I had the pit limiter on. Oh, look at the grass. You're French. Like, if you're French in America, it must be insane. because the French have like, they're really like socialist, relatively speaking, compared to Americans. Yeah, I know you can adjust it in the game. Yeah. What? What? Like, just the way that. Look at the dash. The car graphics in this are superb. Like, look at the speedo and the dash. Looks so good. Random, I watched a bit of your video and you were saying like Gran Turismo looks better than this. Like, Gran Turismo is more cohesive, but the cockpits in this absolutely shit on Gran Turismo. I'm sorry. Like, and also, the fidelity of this is on another level to Gran Turismo. What is wrong with you? Gran Turismo's blurry, runs like arse, but I mean the shading's nice, the colour tone's nice, the texture work's nice. But look at the cockpit details and the texture work in this is on another level. You're blind. Did you rub piri piri in your eyes? The dials on this car look amazing. Look at the dials. God. No wonder you like Alfa Romeos. Look at the dials. Oh, I get why you don't like it. It's miles per hour. I guess you don't understand that. So that's kind of like, you know how in Portugal it says kph. It's a bit like that, but it's another way of measuring. It's another way of measuring speed. So a mile is a bit longer than a kilometre, but yeah, that probably confused you. I can I can see how that could put you off, but yeah, that's yeah. But no, look at the little LCD display. Yeah, that's a nice dash. Like the catering's so good. Like honestly, if I was rich, I would get one of these. They're not even that expensive. You can get a nice second-hand catering for 15 grand. But that's a lot of money for me. I don't even have a garage or a driver's license. Bit of a problem. Oh wow. Miles per Celsius. I wouldn't build one because it would fall apart. Do you know people build aeroplanes, right? People buy aeroplanes and build them like jet planes, helicopters, whatever, right? Can you imagine how tense you would be the first time you take off? Oh, wings fall off. We're all hating everything. I just hate random call sign. Oh shit, where's my fuel? No, wrong button. What? Where's the pit button? I'm confused. Vehicle setup, that's what I'm looking for. They should copy the UI that the shader patch did for AC, because it's a lot better than this. Oh, we've got enough fuel. We'll just race. We're good. Glider building. Gliders cost between... You can get a good second-hand glider for like 25, 30 grand. But decent glide, like the proper decent new gliders, I think are like 150, 250,000 for ones which have like motors in them, and but then you need to store it somewhere. You can get like glider trailers though, which they fit into. They're like the really long white trailers. How does a glider take off? You can roll them down a hill. You can be pulled by you have like a machine, like a V8 engine at the end of a runway on a cable, and that drags the glider along and pulls it into the air. That's a winch launch. You can have an aeroplane tow you behind a tow rope, a tow plane. And then more recently, you've got gliders with engines that are powerful enough to take off with. So you can just take off like an aeroplane. And Google, you've got sometimes when they're transporting multiple gliders from one airfield to another, you can tow 3 or 4 gliders behind one aeroplane. And there's videos of it. You should watch it. It's absolutely mental. I think iRacing has trained me well for this. Gliders are amazing. Honestly, gliders are so good. Ah! What? What is this? What? I mean, honestly, it don't make sense. Can you imagine if a real car behaved like that from oversteer? I haven't tried the AB6. What sort of oversteer behaviour is that? It's mental. Oh, we can take the brake bars back. I thought this had fixed brake bars, this car. A lot of people are waiting for me to approve something else. Well, if something's released that's better than AC, I will like it immediately. Penalty? Hang on! Where did I cut the track? Okay, the penalty system in this is broken. That's the racing line coming off that. Like the most... that's Project Motor Racing penalties. the project... Right, how on earth did they release... Right. How did they release Project Motor Racing in the state that they did and think that would work? Like, I don't... Right, Project Motor Racing is one of the most baffling releases in the history of video games, because they could have done an early access for PC to start with. They could have exactly the same cars and stuff with just one track, whatever the best GT car was, good default force feedback settings, and people would have gone, oh, this is really quite interesting. It's this drive's quite nice. You can feel what the car's doing. It's got interesting physics. It's early access, can't complain. And then they could have they'd already had the content done, so they could have rolled it out. Bloody hell, this guy's unhinged as soon as you start sliding. What's going on? Everyone's dead. Skill. It's... yeah, I don't get it. Well, but I just don't get it. You can't... I don't get it. Thanks, Mr. Mira. It's just giants how they release stuff.
The pace car is out of control.
Why did I hype it? I don't think I did. Wait, what of my coverage of PMR hyped it? Sapatev, thank you for following. We cover PMR like we cover everything. Like, there's aspects to PMR which are quite good, like the force feedback, some of the vintage cars, the general idea of having a race simulator which isn't bloody GT3. And then my first review video, or the first video we did, I think I was the first channel to say this game is not ready to come out. I got comments which were like, yeah, it makes insane. Actually insane. Yeah, apparently covering something is hype, like telling people what something is. And then even before launch, we had a press copy. So I was live streaming it, showing people exactly what it was like. So it's like, well, hang on. It's weird. Super weird. What do you mean defend them? Who's defending them? Who's defending them? Like, there's just saying the reality, right? So there's just saying the reality of what the game is, or the reality of game development. Like, who has defended them? Name one person that's defended. Well, what was my take on... okay, what did Jardier actually say? Because this is like another one of those comments where people say stuff. If anything, what I said about PMR increases my credibility because I actually did research, actually tried stuff, and actually went through things. But I doubt if you'd have to quote exactly what Jardier said, because, you know. So what did I say that's damaged my credibility? If we were just to take that at face value, the force feedback in it, if you adjust it, is actually quite good. That's the truth. If you actually bothered to try the force feedback in it and fiddle around with it, and not just use defaults, it's actually got quite good force feedback. It's the same force feedback that you've got in AMS2, which most people would agree is quite good force feedback. So, you know. It said, quote, doesn't have a driver's license. I know. Alright. Thanks for the server, Steve. Does the server rotate tracks, or will it just stay on this car? You what? You were streaming at the time and not saying either. When we were streaming, we answered questions that people asked. Can you change your car, Steve, before you go to bed? Mike, he's joking. What do we want? What should we drive next? Oh no. We need like a race car. Let me have a quick look. Red flag. There's penalty in this game. The penalty system's insane. No, we need like a... No, not the F25, because no one can drive it and no one has a system set up on it. Ah! Hang on. Well done, guys. If in terms of like PMR coverage, I think I actually did some of the most rounded coverage, because unlike a lot of content creators, I actually spent time going through the settings on it and I didn't just immediately dismiss it. So, yeah, it's a weird complaint to have, unless, you know. Right, what we're doing. Bloody cars! I want to find a car, but this whole system, all vehicles. I want to see what we can drive. Maybe we should do the like a GT car. We could do the Lamborghini. Let's do the Lamborghini as a direct comparison. Should we do that? Well, the Porsche GT4. Okay, well, yeah, we could do the Porsche GT4 because we've done the Cup. Yeah, let's do the Porsche GT4 then. And let's... What track? Porsche GT4. What's one of the new tracks? That's a good one. Well, it's old is not a good track. We could do Alton Park. Spa's not a new track in this, is it? Or was it? Let's do the GT4 Alton Park. Full layout. There you go. Let's do that. Alton Park. Porsche GT4. Perfect. So, yeah, no, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, again, I would really like people to say what specifically I say is wrong. So, with PMR, the frame rate the game runs like shit. That's true. The force feedback gives you detail for what the car's doing. You just have to fiddle with it, but that's true, and it has more force feedback detail than Evo and some other PC sims. The handling in PMR is better than AMS2, generally speaking, and you can control the cars nice and easy. It's not that it's the most realistic, but the handling is passable. The AI, I said, was not good enough. The UI, I said, was not very good. The penalty system, we pointed out, was completely ridiculous and basically made it impossible to play. The AI difficulty balancing and the single player structure we pointed out is not working properly. The game kept crashing that we pointed out. So, I'd just like to know what thing I would have said about PMR that's wrong. 10 minutes race. Or like, what have I said about this that's wrong? Like, the cars handle mega unhinged at the limit and there's no force feedback for the front end.
The pace car is out of control.
I know, it's so big. Like, what am I supposed to say? Like, if I'm reviewing something and I know I've been playing Sims for 15 years and I know, and I've bothered to set it up, and I know how things are relative to other things, and I say exactly what's going on. What else different am I meant to do? Like that, I don't know how I'm supposed to do things differently. Fiddle with the dynamic damping setting. No, it doesn't make it so. Dynamic damper just increases the damper as you go faster. So that doesn't really make a huge difference. It just means as you go faster, the steering will get more vague, and the point of that is to stop oscillation at higher speed. So no, dynamic damper will make it feel different, but it doesn't. It'll actually make it harder to feel what the cars are doing in a sense. So, unless they've messed it up and when you increase it, it reduces the minimum. But generally, the way the dynamic damper works is that it's probably 20 years Woodstock. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing Sims for a long time. Yeah, we cover more detail. Like, no other person with PMR spent 5 hours messing around with force feedback settings. I'm sorry, there wasn't enough time for them to do that if they're doing other work. No. Also, they probably didn't already know AMS2's force feedback, and they probably didn't know the like weird stuff with their games, right? They probably didn't know, so they didn't bother fiddling with it. So they didn't know, so they didn't include. They just said in their review, it don't feel good, I can't feel it. So that's not my fault that they didn't try it as much. And you watched us. We live streamed it. We live streamed it, so you could see what we were doing. Right, yeah. So many people just did a review where they played it and were like, "Oh, this feels shit," which it does out the box, and it does have a lot of problems. So, tradesman, you've got a good feeling for the front end in Evo and great car. You don't, because it's not there. It's exactly like ACC. You're feeling the rear rotate, and you're feeling it gets light when you really push the fronts. But come and join in the server with us, and we'll see where you are. But absolutely, if you play AC1 and then go into this, you should be able to very clearly see the difference in the being able to feel understeer through the wheel. Whereas this is just like rear end oversteer and suspension compression, which you do feel this when you brake. If you haven't already loaded the suspension up, you will feel a tug for sure. But that's not what we're talking about. We say okay, but I'm just telling that what I'm just told you is the truth. Formula J. Yeah, no, that's yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid that the developer with PMR didn't have good defaults. That's really dumb of them. So, but that's different to... You can't complain if a reviewer spends time... So if a reviewer goes... Initially, when I played PMR, I was like, well, it runs like shit, and I wasn't happy with that. But I was like, well, I'm going to review it anyway, because who knows, maybe they will improve the performance. That's just one aspect of it. So... Then we're like, okay, well, and it feels like shit. So, okay, I'm going to mess with the force feedback until I can, with the options that are available, to see how I can make it feel and what the ranges are. That's what a reviewer is supposed to do, right? If you've got settings that are vital for driving, if it feels like shit. And then also, I went into car setup. I did the same thing with the Assetto Corsa Rally. I watched shitloads of rally car videos on suspension and rally specific stuff, because it's different to track cars, so I need to know to understand it. Yeah, no, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that. I literally just said the developer should have good defaults, and the way that the force feedback settings are done in PMR is stupid. It's really confusing. It should have good defaults, and it should really be hidden behind an option, the extended stuff. So yeah, I'm saying you shouldn't have to. However, the settings are there so you can, which is better than you shouldn't have to and the settings aren't there. I know is all the hate I get on the I am just critical, and I give reasons, and because I say stuff sometimes that's outside of the zeitgeist of maybe Jimmy, Steve, Jardy or whatever, or some other YouTubers or some popular race driver, because I don't have a driver's license or I don't drive, even though I've given specific reasons for what I'm saying, and even though I've clearly spent more time in some cases, because I have no life, I've clearly spent more time than some other people looking at stuff with a new title, clearly, because I've live streamed it. It's not like I'm making this up. We did like 25 hours of live streaming PMR before it came out. But yeah, no, basically some other YouTuber or driver said something different, so Game of Muscle's a shill. So like my reaction is, what it makes me go is like, fine, I won't bother putting any effort into stuff. What's the point? I'm sure they messed around. Like, the out of the box should be better. Yeah, you can know it's generally bad, but if a simulator does something quite different, so like, well, for example, I don't normally play console simulators. The moment I jump onto Gran Turismo, I'm like, shit, this is terrible. Oh God, this feels awful. And I can't change the car position. I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't do this. But then I go, well, yeah, but it is a console game. It's probably designed around a gamepad. It's probably got this other focuses. What does it actually do well? What actually works well? And then, weirdly though, I seem to be the only one that's noticed that Gran Turismo has clipped force feedback out of the box. I've not seen anybody mention that. The force feedback is horrendous in Gran Turismo, to the point where it makes a DD wheel utterly redundant. I don't know why no one mentions that. Also, I seem to be the only one that's noticed that the haptic triggers on the PS5, there's a bug where they don't work properly with Gran Turismo in terms of when you set the resistance. What does clipped force feedback mean? You don't get any dynamic range to force feedback when you turn. It's just a solid flat signal. The password is T in capital letters. So yeah, it's weird how Gran Turismo gets like a free pass on so many things. Do I get hung up on force feedback? Force feedback's very important for driving. It's how you know what the car's doing. So if you have people spending £300 to £2,000 to £3,000 on force feedback wheels, it's kind of important that a driving simulator uses that force feedback in a way that's comparable to a video game that came out 10-15 years ago. It would be weird if you had a light gun game and it was worse than a light gun game from 20 years ago. It'd be weird if an FPS came out and it was worse, you know. So it'd be given that a steering wheel is how you play the game. It would be strange not to point out that the force feedback is messed up. It's an important part of a driving sim because it can really affect the driving. So yeah, look how it's... the cars get trapped in oversteer and then they don't come out of it when you turn. And then you're like sat there with the force feedback not telling you that. So you're then like having to hold the counter steer for longer. That's so broken. And you can see it when everyone drives it. They're like... They're unsure of when when to stop counter steering.
The pace car is out of control.
And that's a massive, massive physics or force feedback issue. When you're under the limit, it's totally fine. But as soon as you go over the limit, it's trapped. Like ACC's trapped in its passenger slides. You just can't... You can't... Let's say, under the limit, it's all connected, hooked up, under the limit, all connected and hooked up. So, okay, that kind of makes sense. And I'm telling you, I'm telling you, people are under-driving and then they don't notice. They don't actually have the skill set of balancing on the limit. So they don't know. They're like, oh, I've caught a big slide. I've caught a slide. I've caught a slide. Good catch. It's like, no, you were meant to use that slide to your advantage. You weren't meant to just catch it. That's actually part. That's just it's called driving. It's good they put a catchment fence there on the right. Just refresh them, it's a bug. Alright, Steve. Thanks for the servers, appreciate it. Have a good night. Alton's a good track. Well, it's only 0.4, isn't it? But then maybe they could do a PMR and we suddenly jump to 1.5. Guess in 1 week's time it could be 1.5. You never know. Jumps from... Just go straight to 1.5. So stupid. No, AC1 was good when it first came out. There's good mods. Shader Patch is good. Content Manager is really good. But AC1 was really good at launch, even its early access. Netcar Pro was really good. So, Kunos did Netcar Pro, Ferrari Virtual Academy, then Assetto Corsa. Netcar Pro... some interesting UI and menu stuff that was very confusing, but Ferrari Virtual Academy was very similar to AC. It was basically like AC 0.1 or whatever, 0.2, and they did a competition in that where you could win a like a drive or something. That was really good. And unfortunately, Ferrari Virtual Academy had the Ferrari test track, which was never in AC, and a laser scan as well. That really, the one where they got the shed over the track that feeds onto the track. So they'd already done Ferrari Virtual Academy before the AC Alpha. So this idea that AC was fixed by modders or wasn't a good game at all is completely made up. It's totally made up. Can you stop typing in capitals, please? I mean, it is easier for me to read, but it's lowercase capitals. Why is it lowercase? This is the problem. Your keyboard's... Have you got one of those broken keyboards that only types in capitals? God, that's what you get for buying a £1 keyboard. No, we can't join the server because his keyboard can only type in capitals. That's the problem. Yeah, R Factor 1 had no content in it at all. Exactly. R Factor 1 was absolutely saved by modders because it only had like 3 fictional tracks, which were very good tracks. Tobin Raceway. What was the one where you went up a hill and it had the cobblestones? But it had like fictional cars and stuff in it, and then modders put all the stuff in it. So yeah, R Factor 1 was, and also the default force feedback in R Factor 1 was like PMR. You needed to edit a text file just to get your wheel to work. Maybe that's why PMR was so bollocksed, because Ian Bell was still in R Factor 1 mode in his head. He'd regressed back in time, and he's like, people are totally fine. People are fine with editing text files. Nothing's changed. Bloody real feel. Honestly, R Factor 1 was so bad. I nearly failed my degree because of R Factor 1, setting up the files. Christ. But yeah, this idea that AC1 was entirely saved by modders is completely made up. It's so... How do you get to the limit? You live stream and listen to the same tired arguments repeated non-stop every single day. That gets you to the limit. Very, you know... Wow, probably better be social. We're going to do another race on this track. What modders did for AC1 is around about 2019, I think it was. The cruising stuff got added to AC1. That... sorry. The cruising content, the cruising mods is what made AC1 have like 18,000 active players. It's nothing to do with race driving or physics. It's that there's a much larger number of people that want to casually cruise around and drive the dream cars from when they were kids, right? Like Euro Truck Sim, it's like people want to drive on public roads. That is what ended up getting... You can literally look at sales charts when the cruising stuff like No Hesse and stuff started coming out. That's when the sales of AC went like through the roof. So also, when they first added traffic to AC as a mod, I did a video with a Formula 1 car called like F1 car versus road traffic or something. And that video got like 120,000 views. Because obviously it's like more people know what road cars are, and they want to simulate what they're already aware of, which is road cars. Most people don't want to simulate stuff like race cars because they're not into it or they're not aware of it. But everyone's been a passenger in a car at least, or a bus or something, or seen a lorry, so they're like, oh, or a jet plane, right? So they want to try that. It's just marketing. That's how all this stuff works. Yeah, and for Evo, most of the hype is for the open world things. Yeah, well, there's also the COVID thing, but as I say, it's the cruising thing as well, really. Early 2020 is actually before the real COVID stuff, so it's actually late 2020 and 21 when the sort of like all the lockdowns and stuff happen more, I think. All they need to do in this, is they need to front end, like the force feedback needs to line up with the car or something, which is, it probably doesn't because of the physics. Like the force feedback normally just reflects the physics. So what they need to do is they need to make sure that you can feel the front end through the force feedback like you can in AC1. But unfortunately, there's enough people that don't know what I'm talking about, and they'll just go, "Oh, well, I can feel it." It's not there, but they'll be like, "I can feel it." So maybe they won't do that. It's quite possible no one at Kunos understands what's missing, or they think it's fake or something or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, the cars just need more poise when they're. I say just need. It's probably very complicated. But when they're in slip, they turn into trolleys. So it's got the same physics issues that ACC has. So it's a chore to try and drive this. Well, the thing is, AC1 doesn't necessarily have fake force feedback. That's another meme. It's actually another meme, is that AC1 has fake force feedback. It has the understeer effect that nobody uses, and then it has the road and the slip and stuff, which is vibrations, which you don't need to use. And the force feedback's all driven from the steering rack, as far as I understand. But it's become like people have mixed up the inclusion of the understeer effect, which nobody uses, and the other effects. They've mixed that up to then say, oh, it's got fake effects. So, from my understanding, from talking with Kunos or Stefano, basically the AC1 and ACC has the same force feedback code as steering rack. It's just that the different sims have different time models, so it's reflecting the physics. And there's probably also some damping filter, I believe, in ACC and Evo, because it certainly feels that way. Which might be removing some other detail. So telemetry-based force feedback is quite confusing, because basically all force feedback is actually the same as telemetry force feedback, generally speaking. But what it means is, with a driving simulator, you can send data from the simulator out of the simulator. Stuff like the RPM, the steering forces, the tyre grip, the slip, the rotation of the car, the tyre temperature, stuff that goes to a computer display. Like, you know, that's telemetry. It's just data. Any data that's sent out of the sim is basically called telemetry. And so some steering wheels can take that data or parts of that data and then use it to generate their own force feedback that's separate to the force feedback that the game puts out to the wheels by default. So the thing is, some games have more telemetry data for the tyres or for the steering rack or for whatever, and some than other sims. Some sims will add delay to like locking up data or tyre data to stop people from cheating. It doesn't necessarily have delay. It depends on if the developer adds delay to it and how the telemetry is sent out of the game. In some cases, telemetry can be sent out of the game through a telemetry channel with lower latency than sending the force feedback out through the standard force feedback means. Not necessarily though. So all it is, telemetry just means it's just data being sent out of the game, and then some devices can use that data. It doesn't mean one specific thing. So it's not really a band-aid. It can be used by wheels or some applications to generate custom force feedback, so you as an end user can generate the force feedback that you want to generate, right? It's not necessarily a band-aid. It's just a developer might have an idea of how they want to send the force feedback out, but they, you know, their idea might be completely stupid. But this is not a new thing either. AccuForce wheels. So the AccuForce wheel was one of the first direct drive wheels you could buy internationally by Sim Experience. And that wheel, because they're a motion rig company, that wheel has you can use telemetry to drive its force feedback and blend it with the traditional game force feedback. So that was like the first, that was like 10 years ago. So it's not a new idea. It's just the reason why wheel manufacturers typically don't do telemetry-based force feedback is that your average person doesn't understand how it can be useful. Most people are totally clueless about force feedback. But from a wheel manufacturer's perspective, it means they have to program much more complicated software that allows the end user to control how the telemetry force feedback can be used by the wheelbase. So that's why a lot of them don't want to do it. The AccuForce wheel was one of. It came out at a fairly similar time to the Simplicity. Well, not Simplicity. The OSWs. And it was a lot cheaper than a Bodner. So, like, the AccuForce wheel was like 1,200. I've literally got one next to me. So it was like 1,200 when it came out, and the Bodner was like 5,000. What you don't get is make such an impactful difference in feel. Wouldn't developers put in the normal force feedback? No. So the problem is game developers are already low on free time to do stuff because it's so hard to make a simulator in the first place and time consuming. So they don't want to be dealing with it. Also, why is everyone driving into me? A lot of developers don't really necessarily care about force feedback that much. Oh, I'm running out of fuel. Ah. Game over. What do they use for force feedback if not the telemetry? As I say, they will be using the same data effectively, but they might select specific parts of data. So typically, with a force feedback wheel, typically the force feedback is driven from the steering rack in the car. And you can get that as, sometimes you can have the steering rack forces sent out as telemetry, but the developer can send that out to the force feedback wheel as their sort of default force feedback. But they're basically effectively could be the same data. It's just choosing a part of the physics that's generating a number. So, but things have actually got worse because now you have all these force feedback wheels, and they've all got their own APIs. So an API is basically like the wheel software that integrates with the game, and then the developer has to, like true force, full force, whatever. They then have to integrate these wheels with the game, and so the developer has to spend ages making sure those features of the wheel is supported in the game with the API, which is not too bad if you've just got Fanatec Thrustmaster, and then by default there's a direct input, which has been around since like 1996. So you would, in the past, you'd have like 3 different wheels and direct input, but now you've got like 10, 15 different wheels which all have their own APIs for stuff like the way it does lights, maybe some like true force, some bullshit vibration stuff that's useless, total bollocks. But people that have that wheelbase will want it to work with the simulator. So developers are now wasting their time with all these APIs which are all basically bullshit instead of having a unified like an advancement on direct input. There needs to be like a new, maybe open source, or like a unified, this is how we're going to do force feedback out of a game, kind of, well, maybe like traditional telemetry stuff, but yeah. And then ultimately probably 60 to 70% of sim racers are completely clueless as to what good force feedback is, or what they should be able to feel, or what's useful. So it's like the blind leading the blind. We're going to do there'll be another race on this server. Yeah. You see people talk about telemetry force feedback. Hang on. You see people talk about telemetry force feedback as if it's the next revolution in force feedback. Sounds more like an additional layer to tweak and advance users to make it slightly. So the reason why it's a next evolution in force feedback, or potentially better, is often telemetry data that's sent out of simulators can be lower latency and can often have more detail, or more information, or more, you can select specific things than what the default force feedback from the game is. So, and there's also potential for the end user to tweak it more or do things with it. But yeah, if a game doesn't put out the specific telemetry, then it's not going to be particularly useful. And if a game's got shit physics, it doesn't matter. Like iRacing, you can use Marvin's Force Feedback app, which is really good. And that's just using an app that's using telemetry from the game to generate force feedback, and then it sends it to your wheel instead of using iRacing's force feedback. That's through a separate application, and that's really, really good. You can tweak things really precise. It's awesome. But the physics in iRacing are shit, so you can just feel how shit the physics are, basically. But it's really nice. But yeah, as you can imagine, It's just very confusing for people. As I say, the big problem is probably might even be like 80% of sim racers don't understand force feedback at all, or what they will do. Even like influencers will be like, oh, put your wheel on 100% inertia because it stops oscillation and feels better. Like race beyond matter. It's just a completely stupid thing to do. I like him, but he went from like don't do anything on your wheel to 100% inertia. It feels amazing, and then all the reasons he gives are completely like moronic. And it might feel better in some ways, so subjectively, whatever. But and then people just repeat what an influencer says without actually thinking, oh, why are we doing this, or how is it good, how is it bad, or oh. Yeah, it's not even necessarily a wheelbase thing. You could do it with an app, and then have the app is then basically sending the force feedback to the wheel. The advantage of not using an app and doing it on the wheel's firmware is generally that the a wheel's firmware or a wheel's app, the application that the wheel uses, is normally less likely to crash, and generally is normally probably less processing needed. Not that it matters, and probably probably lower latency. But again, that doesn't necessarily matter. With Marvin's Marvin's force feedback app, you'll have people saying, I can't use it, it adds too much latency. And they're talking bollocks, because the latency, it might add a bit of latency, but the amount of detail you have and the fact that you can feel a load and a range means that the latency is effectively irrelevant to what's actually relevant to drive from. Certainly lower latency than what you're getting from ACC and Evo by default. Certainly more direct. So, but people just see numbers and then make assumptions, and they haven't even tested it side by side, or they test it and it feels slightly different, and so they then go, well, it feels different, so it's terrible. Rather than them going, oh, it's got this number, it does feel different, but let's see how that actually quantifiably affects stuff. They just, like, it's people have like the critical thinking of baboons. And then they repeat it on the internet. But if you watch my channel, you'll notice when I say stuff, I don't give out force feedback settings. I really try not to give out force feedback settings. I just say, these are the settings, this is what the settings do, and this is why you may or may not want to use them. I really try to avoid giving out settings. When like the whole wheel rotation thing, I really try to avoid like talking about my wheel rotation, because there's so many false assumptions about it that people go, oh well, that's not 1-to-1, so it's wrong. Even though they would then set the steering rack faster in the game, which does exactly the same thing as long as it's the same ratio. So you don't know what my Moser settings are, because I've never really... What are you on about? My Moser settings, which are turning everything off and turning down the high frequency noise, and then, as I say in the video, add filter and damper if it's too overactive. My settings are don't do anything, but if you want to, you can do something. This is what I mean. What's wrong with you? How can you say my Moser settings are horrible? I'm not using any settings. We're waiting for this to restart. Look, I'll show you my Moser settings right now. Your Moser settings broke my wrist. Oh, that was on purpose. I was trying to break people's arms. Does the server just restart, or what happens here? Do we have to go back to the server browser? Have they not got rolling server stuff? Might have to restart, guys. I have so many false assumptions as well. Sadly, no one has discussed... Okay, name one false assumption. If I've got so many false assumptions, tell me a false assumption. That's where you would start. If you think someone's got a false assumption, tell them what it is. So, come on. Go on, name a false assumption. So we, at the moment, all we've done is we've just turned that down. Everything else is off. We have this turned down because I don't like high frequency stuff. That's it. So we literally are not using any settings on our motor wheel. False assumption is that a glider lands like a... No, that's just... that's not an assumption. That's... You can Google that. The feel of the car's weight is in a simulator comes exclusively from force feedback. I've never said that. Well, it depends on what you're saying. But I've never said that on its own. So... If your steering wheel is heavier, that will make a car feel heavier. Right? If a car reacts slower with no force feedback, that will make it seem heavier perceptively. If you play certain sound effects. But why would it... So you've just made that up? Yeah, well, probably in a specific conversation... If you set your force feedback to be stronger, it will make the car feel heavier. That is true. That's not a false assumption. That is... In what world would setting your force feedback lighter make a car feel heavier? What am I supposed to do? Like, guys, honestly, am I insane? If your steering is heavier, what do you think it will make the car feel like? No, if you take something out of context... I mean, honestly, how is that even an assumption? That's someone explaining the result of a... setting or something, or what people might perceive it as. That's not assumption. That's explaining a potential subjective perception result from a setting. You've said Evo gives a better sense of weight than AC1. Okay, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, and then I probably said... Oh, yeah, so what I probably said was it has stronger self-aligning forces in it, and that will generally make a lot of people think that the cars have a better weight to them or feel for the weight. If you have stronger self-aligning, which is, in a sense, stronger force feedback, that will make the cars feel more weighty, which is separate to if they are more weighty. The server should reset itself. So what's wrong with... How is that a false assumption? My reply was, your wheel settings must be wrong. When you think about it, the sense of weight comes from force feedback. Yeah, I've just explained to you what happened. If a simulator has stronger self-aligning, it will make the cars feel more weighty. I don't even know what you're arguing. I'm going to ban you. I can't take it. You're like, you... It's just so stupid. I can't... It's just a waste of time. Why am I even thinking about this? Why are we even talking about this? So you haven't even... Oh, fuck off. I'm done with it. Right, you're done. Goodbye. You're banned. Fuck off. You can have a 24-hour ban. Fucking hell. I can't be bothered. Just fucking hell. Honestly, what a waste of time. What a fucking waste of time. No hard feelings to you, but fucking hell. I just, no, I don't have anything against you as a person, but what a waste of time, honestly. Where's the server? It's only a 24-hour timeout, by the way. It's not a full ban. See you tomorrow. Oh, it's just so stupid. Muscles, look at the server list is rammed with them. Is it this one?
Okay, let's go.
The server list's gone mental. I'm calm. It's just what you guys don't realise is I have these like insane comments non-stop. Just non-stop, and it's like it's always like some really bizarre straw man or like some really like hyper selective like it's just weird. Like it's just not it's what do they want? Like if you think I'm an idiot and I'm just like whatever, I'm just making shit up or not saying stuff that's right, well, just if you think I'm that dumb, don't interact with me. Like I just oh, the server's working here. It's better than EastEnders. I'm the only authority. The authority man. Here we go. Jacksaw, join this server, but this is the server. Oh no! The race is finished, but it's stuck on race. Oh, we're going to have to join another server. You read those comments as well. The thing is, from the perspective of someone else, they're just writing a comment, which is totally fine. I'm seeing these comments, like, because the only option I can have is that I turn comments off entirely. But a lot of comments are like good points, or someone actually says, "Oh, I think you're incorrect about this for X, Y, Z reason." But yeah, it's like it's constant. It's like 500 of them a day. 500 of them a day of like, you know. No, we'll unban them. We'll give them a 1 minute timeout. We'll give them a second chance. They're probably gone now. Be nice and peaceful. We needed the tortellini timeout. Alton Park. Muscle set. Oh no, but this isn't working. Oh, maybe this is it. No. No, this is all. Oh, this is all broken. They're all there.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, we'll get a new wallpaper. Thanks for following. Welcome along. I mean, can you imagine? Someone said, what does they say? They say, your assumptions are, you make assumptions that are wrong, and you say, oh, tell me one then. And then they say what they said, like, oh, you say that the weight of force feedback. I don't, it's insane. Also, when I say stuff that's wrong, like about car setups, Niels or someone will say, oh, no, that's wrong. And I'm like, oh, cool. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I don't know about car setup stuff, and that's actually where I do make assumptions that are incorrect, but I don't state them as if I'm correct. I will say, oh, I thought that this worked like this, or I think this works like this. It's not me going, this works like this. It's me going, I don't know much about this thing. I think it works like this. And then Niels, who knows, will be like, oh, this is not how it works. I'm like, oh, cool. Thanks. Nürburgring, time attack. I don't want to drive the Nürburgring. Did you try the Alpine? There's no feel in the front end. We'll give it a go. I do actually understand the basics of car setup, but there's some subtleties with car setup. There's some subtleties with car setup which are confusing or like not immediately apparent. So I understand what toe, camber, caster, diff, spring rates, ride height, aero. I understand engine. I understand what they all do and what to change to get what result, but there's subtleties in terms of what's actually relevant for pace versus what's relevant for better cornering in a certain scenario versus what adds more heat to what part of the car and why you might not want that or with which simulator that should work, or camber DeLorean. A lot of people assume that I know nothing about basic car setup because again, it's not something I really go into. So they just assume, oh, well, he's clueless. It's like, well, no, I just don't care. Here we go. We'll do this. We'll join the AC Cafe. Yeah, watch out. Jacksaw will steal your wheels. Yeah, so the thing with car setup is if you're... First of all, yeah, the thing is you need to already be able to drive the car quickly. Right? So you have to already be able to drive the car. At pace, repetitively. And then it's worth going into setup. Unless the car's like completely buggered, which sometimes it is, but you know what I mean. Yeah, and then with driving sims, it's really common that the setup changes don't make sense for actual pace, especially at a high level. So I've said this before, but we've when I did the Super Formula when it first came out for iRacing, we were like we'd done the most races in it than anyone on iRacing. We just did like 3 days of Super Formula non-stop on the same track. I don't know, it's running on Bathurst with a few cars in practice. And anyway, yeah, what it turned out was that the fastest setup was taking advantage of like a bug that allowed you to run a lot of front wing without you getting any drag from it, which didn't make any sense. So the only way to find that would have been to just dick around with the setup and keep doing laps. Custom crunch. The problem with an AI mechanic is it would just say pretty obvious stuff. So what you really just need is like good default setups. that's the crux of it. Thanks, Silhouette. I thought that red line thing was genius. I'm right. Obviously, I think it was cheating and against the spirit of the activity, and that's normally written in the esports rules that you have for an event. So, fair enough. However, this is something that sim racers don't realise. Sim racing is so boring. As a viewer thing, as a viewer activity, it's terrible. It's so terrible, it's not funny. And I've not had any warnings, but I'm not showing both at the same time, so it's fine. Dan's a bigger channel than mine. Yeah, sim racing is so boring. It's fun to do, and it's fun to watch if you're a sim racer, generally speaking, right? But if it's so boring as a general viewer, like esports is so boring, you need like people do like, and the biggest irony, the biggest irony is all the well, not all of them, but like a huge number of people whinging about that red line thing, going like, "Oh, what are they doing? Cheaters! Oh, I hate them!" Right? Those would be the exact people that when Michael Schumacher did the pit stop finish, or like God knows what in the 80s, or all the other stuff that happened, or you know the end of season Hamilton Verstappen whatever, or you know all that stuff. They'd be like, oh, remember that moment when that happened in the race, or that team did this and they got away with that. Oh, do you remember, guys? Right? Sim racers just can't see that. It's like, oh no, and what Redline did is actually very analogous to that, and that's quite interesting. And that's what happens all the time in motorsport. Anyway. I blame Jacksaw. People are still salty about what happened 4 years ago. Michael Schumacher doing the pit lane finish was like 50 years ago. What's my earliest sim racing memory? Probably playing Nigel Mansell Grand Prix on the Atari ST. Or I played probably, I don't know, something when I was like 12. I don't know what it would have been. Oh, Toka 2 in PC World with a Sidewinder. That was good. That would have been like 2004, 3 or something. It was when Toka... It was either Toka 1 or Toka 2. It's when Microsoft... No, that might have been like 97, 96, 97. Because that's when the Sidewinder force feedback wheel came out. I've actually got one. But you can't plug it into a computer. You need like a... I need an Arduino and a thing to get it to work. Pre-Jack, so yeah, you weren't even you weren't even a cell. You were in early access, yeah, you were beta. You didn't have any force feedback. Hang on, why has this car got really strong force feedback? Bloody hell. My wheel just gone to 100%. This could be broken wrist time here, be careful. Christmas 98. There you go. Oh my goodness. Well, that can't be right. Why is that on 100? I'm going to turn my force feedback down here. Actually, I'm going to try this maximum. I never use this, the maximum torque limit. See if that works well. Probably a good setting to be using, actually. Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, you should know. Only my opinion's valid, obviously. It's not that people. The thing is, people should and can have opinions on anything. They just need reasons for those opinions. Oh yeah, I played Stunt Car 3D. I used to play with a mouse on the Atari ST. I guess that's realistic. Ah! Well, I was expecting some oversteer. Hang on. I don't know everything, and I don't not say I do. My assumptions may be incorrect as well. However, keep in mind my job as a race instructor in a real racetrack is my bread for 20 years. A lot of race instructors are not that good at driving, though. Also, a lot of race instructors are not that knowledgeable about driving sims and the specific abstraction of driving sims. So, like how once you've got good at okay at driving, the bulk of being a race instructor or driving instructor, the skill set is more to do with communication and identifying the student's learning style and then tailoring the information to their learning style to allow them to develop as fast as possible. So that's not necessarily just because someone's a race instructor doesn't really add credence to their view on driving simulators necessarily. I mean, I've met quite a few race drivers that have they're absolutely incorrect about driving sims. Like nobody would disagree. Like they're like, well, this game is the best or whatever. so you know, and they're good race drivers. But you could be right on whatever you're saying. But you know, it would depend on the point being made. Why is my force feedback so strong on this car? This car's like... no, 100%. The reason why we mentioned Verstappen's ACC video is it's a meme because for years we had iRacers constantly saying to me, they're like, why do real race drivers play iRacing? Or if ACC's so good, if ACC's as bad as you say it is, how come this race driver said it's good, right? You don't know what you're talking about. And so the Max Verstappen thing,
I don't like
it's
ACC,
a meme.
but I do like the normal.
It's the point is, it's like, well, okay, you're going to say this driver it says ACC's better, but Max Verstappen says AC1 is. So the point is, it's memeing on the argument from authority.
GT mods, it's really good.
So yeah, no, it is an argument from authority, but that's the point. It's just funny. No, I know it's in the left-hand side. I haven't bound the buttons for it. No, I've met a few real-world pro drivers. I mean, yeah, the thing is, especially with older drivers, they sometimes they just outright hate simulators. But you know, it just varies. So that's why it's really funny when people are like, "Oh, this driver." Yeah, no, I know Ben Collins was I didn't know. It was all out, like it was a big thing in the UK press. Randomly. Oh, right, you're making a funny. It's possible that someone wouldn't know, though. Oh, I forgot about the corner. But... What? Hang on, what did you say? iRacing... How can you go from AC the best feeling? iRacing's fucked. Right. iRacing's tyres don't support driving at the limit, so that's what I mean. Doesn't make any sense. And also, it drives nothing like AC. So how can you go from one to the other? It doesn't make sense. You literally can't intentionally push a car into the corner in iRacing. I've got used to it. I'm quite good at iRacing, given how much I've struggled with it. But that doesn't make any sense. Like, if you're a real driver, you would know that you can't balance the cars properly in iRacing. Like, it's a well-known issue that the tyres get stuck over the limit, and you can't. You have to drive passively. So, like, this is why it doesn't make any sense. Like, you can't do some of the most basic driving techniques in iRacing. The tyres don't support it. You have to drive passively. It's not my take. It's not. No, it's not my take. It's, you can look at you can see the telemetry of the data of the thing. It's not as loose as Assetto Corsa. You're just. This is a thing. You don't know what you're talking about. What's your I rating? It better be like 8K, and even then, that just makes it even more confusing. What on earth are you typing? It's absurd. Look, you can go into the centrifugal track on iRacing, go round in circles, and purposefully push the car over the limit and see how slow the tyres take to return. Right? Purposefully induce oversteer and just see what happens. It's nothing like a real car. It just slops really slowly. Delmar, yeah, how could I tell? How could I tell? What I'm saying is right, though, isn't it? So that's confusing. Okay, so I'll look at the video of you drifting in iRacing, but is it with the Audi Quattro, which is all-wheel drive? Is it on the dirt, maybe? Or are you actually doing power slides? And also, it's not really about monster drifting. Is not really the crux of the equation here. It's to do with if you're driving like a car with slick tyres, and you're trying to actually just balance the car at the limit, and what happens when you go over it. It's not like, you know, you're doing a massive all-out slide, because you can do that in a lot of the cars. You just don't get into understeering iRacing because you have to brake to load the car up, otherwise it doesn't go into the corner. I'm not saying... So it's like always just misconstrued. It's like... It's pointless. Like I just if you can't get it, you can't get it. If you don't notice what's wrong with iRacing's tyres, it's pointless having the conversation because it's so obvious. But I think what they've done is they've designed it into the tyre to stop esports exploiting the tyres. So basically, just if you've got tyres that fall off, you think it's pointless on iRacing because it slicks out. No, I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you even referencing? The race cars in iRacing don't handle like real cars do at the limit, which is why you have to, if you want to see how cars handle at the limit, you have to play AC, even with race cars. This conversation's so boring. Bloody hell. Like, if you haven't worked it out, you haven't worked it out. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. It does get lighter when you understeer, Jacksaw, yeah. How do you know how it feels? Because when there's a physics hole in a video game, you don't have to. I don't have to have been in a plane crash to know what a plane crash is probably a bit like. We're not talking about subtle things here. When there's a giant physics hole in a video game, you don't have to have driven or flown a plane to identify a ginormous physics hole. Yeah, you're either trolling or I don't know what's going on to me. Ah, dear. I know, it's just stupid. It's so dumb. It's so boring. The problem is, you just can't talk about, like... All those feel 95% similar to iRacing. Okay. I bet you where that 5% where they didn't feel similar was, I bet you don't have to drive entirely preemptively and hold the steering wheel at a fixed angle. And then I bet when the tyres went over the limit, the grip returned quite quickly. Oh, I also imagine you didn't have, like, contacts with invisible cars that exploded your vehicle. I've had passenger laps on slick tyres, so I have an understanding of what it generally feels like in a Radical SR3. I didn't have a chance to drive it, but hopefully would at some point. But that gives me enough sense of the degree to which a car on slick tyres rebites a road, and what cold slick tyres generally grip like, and how they respond if they're like pushed into oversteer or catched from oversteer. So well, yeah, of course it's not always gradually, but on balance, it's nothing like iRacing where the tyres always turn off. No, it's not that I have a hate boner for iRacing, it's that the tyres turn off if you push them, which forces you to drive preemptively and then not turn the steering wheel, because it's always slower. It's just how you drive that sim. Like the esports guys will tell you that. It's not like a secret. It's that's just how you drive iRacing. It's not it's not subtle. Go to the centripetal track in iRacing, or like try flicking a car into a corner. So one thing you can do in a real car, precisely because grip returns quite quickly for the most part. Go to a track like in the SR10 in iRacing, right? In a real SR10, let's say you have a tight left-hander, you can turn the wheel to like almost flick the car onto the four tyres into slip. Like you can do that in a real car. You can just turn. And maybe do it turning whilst on the brake, but you can get all four tyres into slip, right? Going into a tight corner. You can do it intentionally to rotate the car initially. It's not a huge amount of slip. It'll be like 8 degrees, 9 degrees, I don't know. Not a massive amount of slip, but you can very much just knock the car into slip, right? To angle the car into a corner. Often it will happen accidentally from a bump or too much braking or whatever, right? Do that in iRacing. The tyres are gone. The tyres are gone straight away. It won't hook up into the corner. You won't be able to apex properly at all. Done. So that is a fundamental part of driving. So I have 3,500 hours in iRacing over the last 2 years. The Spec Racer Ford is like a bicycle, and also it will be slower if you do that. Literally. We literally. Oh no. To be fair, the Spec Racer Ford is one of the better cars, especially on the Nordschleifer. So the one scenario where the tyres actually do behave a bit more realistic in iRacing is when you're driving at higher speed, and especially if you've got a bit of downforce. Yeah, the one thing that iRacing does really well is the initial loading of the car when you first touch the brake. So the problem with iRacing is its suspension's great. I think its diff behaviour and everything is great. The problem is its tyre model is totally bollocksed. So the problem is iRacing is fantastic. Well, floaty car is fantastic until you get onto the tyres. And then it just breaks. Unless you're at speed with the downforce car, or like some of the oval cars, the Audi Quattro isn't totally broken, but most of the vehicles, as soon as you get on the tyres or do stuff that would, because the grip takes so long to return as well, that if you do a situation that would causes the front to wash out, because the grip doesn't return fast enough, you run out of track. And also, another thing in iRacing, when the rear steps out and say you overdrive, you're actually better off not trying to catch the slide because the fronts don't respond to the steering. So you're better off pushing the car in to induce massive front understeer, or pushing the brake and the accelerator, or not doing any correction and just wait for the car. Like, these are not subtle things. It's not even like... Anyway, it doesn't matter. I didn't say... Oh my bloody hell. I didn't even say they don't work in real life. The point is, you only do them in real life if you've completely lost the car or it's wet. And you risk damaging the engine. But yeah, sure, if you remove the grip off the front, the car understeers because it's like you've pushed the brake bars to the front. Why would you even... It's like... Yeah, obviously the point is you don't need to do it in real life for like the smallest of catches. You just counter steer. Like, what is it when you explain this stuff? You always get like the, oh, did you not know you can do it in real life? It's like, yeah, obviously you can see Max Verstappen do it, and there's lots of examples. Oh my god. No, we didn't say that you can't counter steer in iRacing. Holy shit, guys. I'm going to have an aneurysm from how dumb this is. Constantly 10 years of the same moronic. No, I said that there are slides that you can't counter steer, and there's many that you shouldn't bother counter steering, but there are some slides you can counter steer, but it's obviously degrees, isn't it? If there was no counter steer at all, you wouldn't be able to go through a corner. You wouldn't be able to go through a corner in the simulator. You wouldn't, if it had absolutely, like, think of it like when someone says you can't counter steer, they don't mean you can't counter steer anything, obviously. Oh, so dumb. What, like... Get out, Jacksaw.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1.
Oh no, here we
mods.
go. All
They're
sims
really
are broken in one way or another. Yes. However, some sims are more broken than other sims, and they're broken in a way that means that you can't do normal driving, which is a bigger problem. That's the issue. Why am I drift? What you want about me drifting in? I don't do drifting in iRacing. I normally, for me in iRacing, I only really play the F4 car and F4, Super Formula Light, Skippy. Spec Racer Ford I did actually think was quite good for what
The
it
pace
is.
car is out of control.
I like the trucks, the oval trucks. No, I know, Jared Jelly. Do you see all the comments under my video when I explained about sim racing not being very good, karting not being very good, and everyone disagreed, and then Max basically just said exactly what I said? Right. I mean, I'm sorry, but I wasn't a fan of Max Verstappen, but I have to say, he said exactly what I've said about ACC, and he now said exactly what I said about go-karting and why sim racing's a better tool. So I have to say, purely on the fact that Max Verstappen just backs up everything I say, I'm starting to like him. If he's watching now, which he won't at this time because there's a race, I don't like him. But you know, if he can continue putting out stuff that backs up what I say, I appreciate it. I do actually appreciate that. Ah! 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 I'm pro waffle. I don't know. I mean, I don't know Max or Norris, so I don't know what they're actually like. I don't really support any drivers. I liked, yeah, I don't, like, maybe Robert Kubica is the only driver that I really would like. Purely because he does rally driving. No, I just don't. I like whoever races the best. So I like Schumacher. I like Robert Kubica because he just pushes, so it's entertaining. I just want to see good racing. I don't see the point in supporting, you know, having a driver you support. It's just whatever's entertaining. Why do I hate Alonso? What's going on here? Oh, it's pits. Well, I'm going to join another server. This car's terrible. Thanks for subscribing. Let's get some more music on here. I need to eat something. I mean, I don't know. So the point is, I don't personally know Max Verstappen. So like, so it's like I can't like or dislike someone that I don't know, and then obviously there's just like the you know, I like what he's doing in sim racing. I like his projects and stuff. All right, Jacksaw. the oh, maybe this is working now. Try and join a daily race. There's people on this at this time, which is good. GT3 Sprint Cup. Let's go. I think he just drives aggressive, to be honest. And with, like, he's still in the points, so he's done what's required. Oh, here we go. I think it just drives aggressively. It's what you have to do. Like, there's a lot of criticism, but it's like, if you're as a Formula driver or a race driver, if you have a situation where you can drive aggressive, or there's a choice there, you should always drive as aggressive as possible, because it means anytime another driver thinks, oh, I might be able to take advantage of this, they won't, because they'll be like, oh no, Max will just drive into me to defend the line, or this driver will do it. So it's like playing poker. If you tend to play aggressive, or you seemingly play high cards and you play aggressive when you've got good hands, what it means is when you have shit hands, someone else will be like, oh shit, they've only really played very strong, and I know if I go in with this weak hand, they'll probably play strong, which means that my hand better be good. So, you know, so you're forcing the odds into your favour. So I don't see, he's not banned. He's not. Also, the rules in Formula One are applied totally BS. Like if something happens early on, they're like, oh well, you know, that's give back the place or whatever, you know, whatever. But if it happens later on, they're like, oh well, no, that was intentional. Or someone can absolutely run someone off the track in a decisive way, and they go, oh no, well that's clearly just the car running wide. And it's like, no, an F1 driver has the skill to absolutely intentionally drive, like a bloody noob sim racer has the skill. So a Formula One driver that's also gone through karting, where everyone's driving into each other, for sure can absolutely know how to position to drive a car off the road, right? So, yeah, it's insane with Formula One, the way the rules are not applied consistently. What? Non-sim racers don't make mistakes? What? Right, just think what you wrote there. What are you typing? What do you think I just said? And what are you complaining against? What? Tell me what you're complaining against here. What do you take contention with? It's just really, it's always the same thing, isn't it, guys? It will be a comment where someone straw-manned or just selected some part of what I've said. Or he's responded to someone else. Okay, that makes more sense then. Otherwise, I'm just like, what on earth? I need a cup of tea. The controversy channel. This is like an iRacing live stream. Do you think Evo attracts like younger viewers or something as well? Maybe this is the new iRacing. I could do with a drink. Getting heated. Yeah, you need to @ whoever you're talking to, otherwise it's really confusing. We're all degenerates here. Not a lot of youth here. We're all like 50. Oh, no. Hang on. Tradesman, weren't you the guy that I banned and then unbanned? I can't even remember who we gave the death penalty to. This is the other thing, right? People think that I'm like really angry at people. Oh no, it was someone else. People think I'm really angry at people, but I'm just like, it's more that I'm just like, why am I reading these messages? He's the guy that was banned. Yeah, well, it's hard to tell. They're all like they're all just names scrolling up. I can't even see icons. What are you talking about, Dalmar? Who are you on about? What's this? Oh, hang on. What's going on here?
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, there we go. Server. Just got to wait 6 minutes for this server. The M8 has switchable two-wheel drive. Don't even know what that is. You're just saying we're talking about tyre temperatures mid-corner as a real-life versus sim racing thing, but it's only scratching the surface. The whole tyre stuff is super complicated in real life, but... And the thing, are you still going on about iRacing? Look, iRacing is just shit. That's all you need to know. The way the tyres are at the limit is shit. That's all you need to know. That's it. That's my review. iRacing tyres, shit. At the limit, under the limit, they're great. Weirdly, if you overdrive and overheat the tyres in iRacing, they not per corner where they're going to slop from what should be a catch oversteer. They go off and never perform as well as they should do again, but the overall temperature of the wheel returns quicker than AC1. If you do a big burnout or a big slide in AC1, it takes like 3 laps for the tyres to come back, which is ridiculous. I know. I don't see the point, Joe. Yeah, if I was to make a sim, I would do. I would basically use an empirical model. It would be like AMS1 or like AC1. We'd have Niels to do the throttle model, and that would be our first advertisement. Our first promotional video would be Niels doing a spreadsheet going, hello. I don't know, he's Indian apparently. Welcome, Niels Hoskinveld. I don't know how he taught. That's my impersonation. And that would be the first promo, would be him showing the throttle and explaining engine torque. And everyone would be like, oh, wow, this is well legit simulator. It's got a spreadsheet, so we know it's real. Then, it'd be AMS1 physics, but then we'd use like we'd use a graphics engine that was like not state of the art, and we'd keep all the graphics. It'd be like AC1 quality graphics, and we'd just start off with one car like an MX-5, but you would be able to like upgrade body components and stuff as unlockables. But it'd be super simple, and it'd just be that car, and maybe we'd just have the Nordschleifer, and that's it. We'd just have the Nordschleifer, MX-5s, and every half hour there's a race, and it puts everyone into splits. That's the game with MX-5s, using AMS1 physics, and basically it drives like AMS1, and the camera settings are nice. There you go. And then as you do races, you unlock credits for how many miles you drive, and you also, and that you can spend those credits on liveries, on car body kits, and in the future maybe other stuff for your cars, or stickers that you can stick on your car. You can pay 3 times as much, and that allows you to stick a sticker on someone else's car that's on the grid, and then they have to pay to remove that sticker if they want to. So at the start of the race, you can walk up and down the grid. There's like a 3-minute prepare time when everyone's doing car setup. All the cars are on the grid, and you can do car setup, or you can get out of your car and you can stick stickers on other people's cars that you've bought, and you can put it on the windscreen. Really expensive to put it on the windscreen, and then they can pay to remove it. See, these are already amazing ideas. There's no flags in the game. No flags at all. They're banned. No flags. Just DD Girl. Yeah, the graphics will be really low quality, so it runs in VR, 500 FPS. Yeah, front end feel will be the only force feedback. No other force feedback. You'll just be able to... The cars don't have rear wheels. That's it. Just front wheels. Also, a large component of the game will be glider flying, in that you have to fly a glider to the racetrack. So when you always start off in the UK and you have to glide to the Nordschleife. So if you want to do the race, you have to glide for 14 hours, finding all the thermals. Genius. I think this game will be a huge success. Oh yeah, we'll have timed loot boxes. Hello, Kirith. Kirith can do the marketing. It can all be clickbait. It can all be clickbait marketing. C's not good for thermals. No, normally C is a thermal sink. So generally, if you're going to fly over oceans, you need to be in wave lift, or like really, really high up, and in like well above clouds, like just really high up. Water tends to have it doesn't radiate heat; it kind of holds on to it. How about a mini game where you have to get out of the car and pour gasoline during a pit stop? There was a game. I mean, I know you do that in PUBG, but there was a game.
The pace car is out of control.
Is Kirith more hated than me? I appreciate it. I appreciate that. It takes the heat off me. Here we go. He takes the fall. No, Kirith, it's always been bad. It's always been bad, but yeah, arbitrary. Yeah, Kirith does have a point there, right? Evo has not changed that much from the previous versions, right? Evo has not changed that much from the previous versions. So, but it's always been bad, right? It's never been really that good. So for influencers for 0.4 to suddenly be like, oh no, it's now amazing, whoa, whatever. It's like, really, you should have said that sooner if you're being consistent. Because it's pretty much the same as it was before. The handling's improved a bit. But fundamentally, the game is very, very similar to what it was before. So I've been consistent in saying it's pretty bad in the handling, you know. So I am always very, I have to say I'm very consistent, you know. Well, also, there's definitely, PMR has definitely been thrown under the bus by influencers. Not unfairly in many ways. The game the problem with PMR is it's released for £70 and it's an early access title, and at launch it had massive bugs. Still, they fixed some stuff with a patch, but the launch version was really buggered. The AI is terrible. They marketed it way above what it actually was, so it didn't line up with expectations. But So it's fair enough to be like, well, this is a bit shit. However, influencers ignored the quality of the force feedback. You can do jumping online racing. The handling of the cars is better than Gran Turismo in many ways. The force feedback is better than Gran Turismo in many ways. I mean, well, no, absolutely better than Gran Turismo. It's not, force feedback's not subjective. Like, it is. Everything's subjective in a sense. Oh, right, you copied what others said on PMRs. You didn't spend any time streaming the game. Yeah, I got that comment as well. And you and me were streaming it shitloads. Before other people did videos. So they didn't make... I got a comment from someone saying, "Oh, Gamer Muscle, you don't know what you're talking about, and all you do is copy what Jimmy says or Jardy or whatever." And it's like, well, if you watch, we live streamed it, and you can watch those live streams, and we had I think we had the first video out that said the game's not ready. And that video was uploaded on the embargo date the day before it actually came out. So the video we uploaded told people that it wasn't ready before it came out, rather than just going, "Oh, here's our affiliate link." I played GT Sport a lot, but the problem is the force feedback's buggered in it, and the physics are super dull. And same with GT7. I played GT7. It's just boring. It's just super boring. Because they got rid of all the fun stuff that was in the older GTs, and I don't understand why. I enjoyed doing the lap times and stuff. I enjoy that, but the cafe thing is with Sarah and her stupid face. I couldn't take it. Sarah smiling at me with her stupid gorpy face constantly. "Oh, you've unlocked another book of the cafe." It's like, I don't care about the cafe, actually. I really do not. I don't want to unlock any more of this. Sarah. Yeah, the older Gran Turismos had loads of like gameplay and car upgrade stuff in it that was quite good, and more content and more silly timing stuff. No, I'm just playing on a single screen. The thing that you can't complain about with Gran Turismo is that it's super cheap. It's really, really cheap. So, I mean, it was what, like £25, £30, if that? I can't even remember what I paid for it. It was not much. And you get a good time for... So that's I think that's a big thing. I think that's the big thing with PMR, is that it's really expensive. B Nico, I don't like in a simulator. You can't feel the car, so you have to put stuff through a wheel. So that's another example of a thing that it's bait. Yeah, but force feedback's not subjective. What you like or don't like... that was predictable. Oh, let's go to the pit lane. What you like or don't like is subjective, but people often get this confused. There's different qualities of force feedback, and objectively you can have information in force feedback or not have it. So what you like or don't like is subjective, and different types of force feedback subjective, but there's objective qualities, so you can feel the fronts or not feel them, or have road vibrations, or have you know, so that's not subjective. It's like if I turn music volume up or increase the bass in a song, you might like it or not like it, but I've turned the volume up. That's an objective difference. So this is what a lot of people get confused with force feedback, because they just think, oh, it's just random feelings, because they don't understand it. So they don't get the idea of what I'm saying about feeling the front tyres. That's not subjective, it's a literal setting. Yeah, well, like, so if you increase damper, you will lose detail, but it will reduce overshoot. So that's having an objective effect, but your preference for that is subjective, unless you're talking about you're trying to reduce an objective aspect. Well, no. So if you have true to life force feedback versus not true to life, many cars don't have any information coming through the wheel. In which case, the game is not really giving you force feedback. That's not subjective. That's a game then not telling you what's going on. You might. And someone might think that that's realistic. I guess in a literal sense it is, but then you couldn't drive the car realistically because you can't feel it. So that's not realistic. Why is it that it needs to be through the wheel? Because a wheel is the only device that people have that's got enough dynamic range and is low latency enough to be able to send. A wheel's the only device that can send you the details adequately with low latency in an analogous way. Butt kickers, transducers, they just do vibrations. It's not a balance. You can't balance against the vibration, and it can only tell you stuff after it's really happened. Sound, again, you can give you a cue that you may be closer to the limit or not, but you can't balance against sound. You can just be like, oh well, I know I'm pushing or I'm not pushing. You can't direct, and also it doesn't. So, but yeah, people don't understand this, but they will argue these things, and so yeah, when things just get stuck. Yeah, you can drive with no force feedback, but you'll be losing a feed of information. You can drive very quickly with no force feedback, but it's a lot if you've got a dynamic track or the tyres are changing, or you're really trying to push constantly and adjust at the limit whilst battling people, whilst driving different lines on a track that has variable grip. You'll really want the force feedback there. No, I know I've done it. I obviously test stuff with no force feedback as well. And what happens is you then latch onto the visuals and you go more into a rote memorization process of driving. Yeah, you can if you. I am pretty tired of it, yeah, deja vu. The thing is, yeah, it's just pointless. I mean, I don't know why I bother, to be honest. I know, it's shit, isn't it? It's just shit. The fact is that other people can't work it out for themselves, and then it's not that. It's fine that people don't know something, which is totally fine. That's fine. Like a lot of people don't know. I don't know a lot of stuff. Nobody knows everything, right? The thing that's shit is that there's a lot of people that think that they know stuff and they keep repeating it, and they're very obviously not the case. They haven't actually applied the basic thought to it. Oh, the game's just crashed. Can we join? Rejoin maybe. Let's see. So you just get the same thing over and over again, and then they keep repeating the false information. So if he's so smart, he should make his own sim. No, because developing your own sim is a completely different thing to knowing what's right or wrong. Well, so they should be as bothered because it's fundamental to actually driving naturally. If you drive a real car, if you remove the G-forces from it, you would really probably not enjoy driving a real car. Saved. Oh, you can rejoin. That's good. Actually, weirdly, we've had quite a few people that were viewers of the channel that have ended up working in games companies and have worked on force feedback on simulators and stuff. And yeah, so weirdly, we have actually sadly affected sim racing. You'd be surprised. So it's not entirely futile, actually. Also, some people have made apps based off what we've said as well. And we've also got people into sim racing and things, so... Not many. 4. 3 or 4. But also, if it wasn't for me whinging about these things, other people don't whinge about them. So for those people that have a similar view or think about it, we kind of end up being the voice for them, unfortunately. Do we get a deep bass? Oh, I'm using an EQ on my microphone. It's just a mod mic, but we EQ it. It's another pit lane for I think when they do because there's 2 tracks, you know, there's also the short layout on the right. I can't, someone told me, I've forgotten. I think when they do like the massive races, they use it as well. Not as an active pit lane when the race starts, but as a staging area. But yeah, I've never seen it being used in a race on a sim. I feel like with Evo, what it'll be is we'll need to get maybe we'll get a wheel with telemetry force feedback, might help, and then just do custom force feedback. Oh shit, hang on. Is this race 35 minutes? I've got hardly any fuel. Can you guys see on my screen how much fuel I've got? I hadn't add fuel in it because I didn't see how long the race was. Oh, that's not going to last. Like 22 litres for 35 minutes. Normally it's like a litre per minute with this type of car. Right, we'll try and overtake this guy whilst we're driving in. Well, we got it crashed in it before the service started. It is good that you can now do racing in Evo though. Like, it definitely makes it feel a lot more alive. Like, I think now there's actually, you can actually play Evo basically. Maybe someone can make a Marvin's app for Evo. No, we've already... You're trolling. We just spent 10 minutes explaining telemetry. Maybe I'll do a video. I'll do it in a video because we keep getting asked a question. Which is fair enough. I think he might have been in our chat once. He did a really good job with his app. I think I said he was a legend, which he is, isn't he? Like, his app is so well programmed. It never crashes. Like, it's rock solid. iRacing's force feedback's complete shit, which is why you have to replace it using either telemetry or Marvin's app. The force feedback in iRacing out of the box is absolute shite. Literally why so many apps exist, like IRFFB, Marvin's app, there's some other ones as well. It's why people bought AccuForce wheels originally, was because the force, not only was it shit for detail, it was also super grainy. It has better track texture detail, yeah. It has less detail for the front end grip and the actual tyre grip. So it has more information for pointless shit. For sure. You can, with Marvin's app, you can make most of the cars in iRacing have pretty detailed force feedback. I think Kunos's the Evo game engine is better than Unreal 5 for sim racing. What do you mean by braking physics? This is like a whole meme that bloody race drivers have started. What do you mean by braking physics? There's such an absurd question. Do you mean, like, so people go ACC has bad braking? It's like, okay, it has like a really weird, the ABS, you need to ride the ABS super deep into the corner and not even bother modulating it. But that's not the braking, that's their ABS system. braking is a mixture of the actual the tyre model, how the wheels lock up, how the cars respond to lock up, how like brake pressure is simulated, how the cars drive over the limit, if it's an car with ABS, how the ABS works, combined with the meta of that simulator. And yet you have this completely moronic thing that goes around where it's Morad said that ACC braking doesn't work. Who's the real driver that does it? Well, someone will go like, oh, this guy said that ACC's got better braking than iRacing. It's like, okay, first of all, you're driving a GT3 car, so why are you even racing that? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why are you talking about braking with GT3 cars? They're not even race cars. So get out. It's so dumb. Why do I like to mock my viewers when they're asking a genuine question? Not everyone's out to annoy you. Because people need to be mocked if they repeat the stupid sim racing talking points. It's the only way they will learn. They need to feel shame for even bringing up braking. They need to cry themselves. They need to go, oh God, why did I bring up braking? Why? They need to think. They need to think long and hard about what they typed. Also, I don't know which sim has the best braking. I don't care. You just laugh it off and think it's okay. Can we ban this guy? You're being an idiot. Can we give him a timeout? Navoy, whatever. You're being an arse. Yeah, I think you deserve a timeout for being an arse. Yeah, if you don't have like a sort of minimal sense of humour, if you're gonna be like, oh well, now we're being very serious. Oh, can we not ban them just for like an hour? Oh dear. I've got a pit here. Let's see if this works. Totally messed up my fuel. Ah, there you go. Oh, see? Oh, speeding, drive through. Bloody. What is the speed limit? Oh, yeah, it's 60. No win. Oh, disqualified. What for? Ah! Can we not drive still? No, we can still drive. Oh no. No, I'm disqualified. We're banned. But I got banned from the race. How did that happen? For speeding? Jailed. Well, that was good. Deb's here just talking, yeah. Excessive ranting ban. It's because we yeah, you know the braking thing? That only started about 2 years ago. We've been like live streaming for like 7-8 years. The braking thing literally started because I think it was Morad, or maybe it was Swolio doing like the trail braking video. It might be Morad with ACC. So ACC was out for years, and then it became a thing where iRacers were going, ACC's unrealistic because you ride the brake all the way into the corner. And so it ruins the braking technique for braking carefully, like even with ABS or like trail braking. So and you do have to brake different in ACC, right? Like it's true, like there's less subtlety to the braking, especially at an esports level, right? So then, but that was only like 2 years ago when Morad did his ACC video and he was like, oh, I prefer braking in iRacing. And then it became like a talking point. Radvionic, yeah, no, I mean, it depends, doesn't it, on like the ABS system of the car and if you want to ride on the ABS and if it's set really aggressively. So that's the irony of it as well. So there's a whole bunch of people going, oh, ACC's braking is totally unrealistic, and it's like, well, yeah, but there are examples of you can set up ABS to be driven like that. You know, maybe you wouldn't set it up like that, but you can. So, but you know, I mean, I don't know. I don't do esports stuff, so that's just at a level that I don't really, you know. So, but the point is, it was only because Morad, who's a real driver, I mean, he is a real driver, I don't know how to do quotation, he's a real driver, but it was because he did a video saying that the braking's not very good in ACC or he preferred iRacing, because a real driver said something, it then became this moronic talking point. Is it because of ABS or trail braking? You can rotate the car and fix rotations with. If you're on the brakes with ABS, the car will still tighten its line through the corner. If the brake bias is further back, it should still rotate, but it will depend from sim to sim. But like, it's just, there's so many components to it. It's just a weird thing to fixate on. Yeah, well, so the difficult thing with sims, from what I understand with ABS, is that real ABS, there's a certain frequency at which it checks the tyres or what it does, but then there's the onboard car computer, and so then there's like an emergent behaviour of the ABS with the car, with different cars, and so some cars have better or worse ABS systems, or they work in certain ways, and it depends on the computer, and then so simulators might only use like one type of ABS, or they might use a simplified system, or they might take it from somewhere else, and so, you know, it just goes crazy. What's with the honest review? Oh, that's a joke, because that started off as a joke, because obviously by default any review is probably honest, and I did that like 8-9 years ago as a joke. And now it's kind of like obviously because of me, people do it as a non-ironic thing. I was doing it as like it was a stupid joke because, yeah, I mean, obviously a review should be honest. I don't think I started it. Like, obviously other people would have thought of it, but I did it like years ago as a joke. Yeah, this should DQ me. It should be banned. I should be banned. I invented honesty, exactly. Technically, it's dishonest though, because you're also implying that the other reviews aren't honest, and you know that they probably are honest, a lot of them. So it's actually dishonest. What it's doing is it's really implying you're more honest when you're not, because you're actually using the title to be dishonest to find a way to circumnavigate other people. So ironically, it's not honest. How far under the pace do you usually end up in racing games? It takes me like 7 hours to be within 1.5 seconds of like top split iRacing. I'm sort of like 1.4, 1.5 seconds off. Depends what we're driving though. I'm pretty good in certain cars, but not others. Oh yeah, I invented everything. Yeah, it's all me. We should join another race. What game's worth the buy at this point? Neither. I wouldn't buy either. I would get, if I was going to buy a game, I would go for, in F4 we're a lot, 0 points, we've got within like 0.7, but that's just F4, isn't it? If we spend a lot of time we get closer for sure, but generally I'm like 1.4, 1.5 seconds off the pace, because my, I don't lean on the fronts enough in iRacing. I have some bad habits that I always do. Yeah, Race Room's good. How fast would you say you can learn a car in a sim? It depends on your basic skills. Well, we do lean on the fronts more. The problem is different sims require you to drive on the fronts differently. So like Race Room, you have to absolutely mega lean on the fronts. iRacing, you generally have to stay off them. AC's like in between. But because we play a lot of simulators, it's very difficult to switch over to the arbitrary driving style of each simulator when you play a lot of sims. So that's why a lot of people only play one sim. It's a pain in the arse. Race Rooms should be alright. It's got its online rank thing now. Oh yeah, PMR is yeah, PMR you just ride the fronts and just power through them. It's just pretty funny. Yeah, MS2 is weird. You like go into the corner a bit too hot, and then the car's like super like rotating on the throttle. It's very weird. I find it a bit of a chore, to be honest. What's going on here? Proper hungry. Reet hungry. You played AMS2 a lot more recently. You have 1.2k hours in Race Room. It's a good game. You just need to find the right server. Well, the rank stuff's good. Yeah, no, Race Room's good fun. LMU's got quite a big update happening soon. I think the work that the LMU developers have done is really impressive. I'll get a Steam frame to review, yeah. Yeah, no, LMU's impressive. I just find it boring because I'm not mega into GT3 or hypercars and that stuff really, and I find it a bit boring to drive. But Mitchy Hoyer likes it. You can have a lot of fun with it. It's not bad. Yeah, Stephen Hood's done a good job with those developer videos. He does, goes through them. We haven't driven that the 2002 DTM yet, no. You enjoy the hypercar. Yeah, I mean, I can see why people do like that. The force feedback's bad in LMU. The force feedback's terrible. Maybe someone was saying that actually telemetry force feedback does, like custom force feedback, can be good for LMU. I just find it dull. I did ask him, yeah, but I don't think it's that easy because you need it's just the telemetry is handled differently. Who do you think we need to do one real tournament, you know? Yeah, I saw the badge. The badges things looks really good in LMU. Like the having like a probation badge is a good idea. Well, Nords isn't in. Well, I guess for G. So you mean like for the 24 hours of Nords? But they don't do. That's not part of Le Mans, is it? That's VLN and what else is it? VLN and the 24 hours of Nürburgring is a different thing. I'm gonna get a little sandwich quickly, guys. I'll be back in a second. Just gonna get some. We've got a race in 10 minutes. I do like this online thing with like this ranked race that you can go into is really good. There's something to do. You can have a race. That's good fun. Be back in a second. Get a sandwich. Eating time. Hello? Hello there. How long we got? 4 minutes. Right, let's have a late night Evo vote. Evo or Evno? Cast your vote in chat now. Ev maybe. Evo or Evno? How about Evo, Evno or AC? That's the vote. Evno, Evo or AC? No, just no. I've doubt. No, I mean, it is 0.4. If 0.4... Well, I mean, if 0. If 0.4 is half as good as 0.8. Right, ACC just stayed crap from launch. That ACC was never good. They did a patch in the first month that helped a bit, but it was never decent. Hello, we did a video. It wasn't very positive. I got a drive-through penalty and then a DQ in that race. We're doing the GT Academy race. GR Academy. .4 means... doesn't mean half as good as 0.8. Hang on. No, but mathematically... mathematically, it is. Numerically... like... If so really 0.8 should run twice as fast frame rate, right? Oh yeah, it could be exponential. Yeah, that'd be even better. Well, Rennsport's weird. The issue with Rennsport is doesn't have enough cars. You can only have like 15 car grids, and it's Unreal 5 engine, so you need a supercomputer to run it. But the handling in Rennsport is slidey. It's very slidey, but it's that kind of, it's R Factor 2 slidey. So for what it is, it's all right. Like for me, Rennsport just needs more content for it to really be fun. Yeah, so if this is 0.4, which isn't even halfway, 0.4 is not even halfway to being done. We're not even halfway through the early access. Hello, Vishnu. Rajam, how's it going, man? Oh, yeah, you missed earlier. We had some good salt. We've been assaulting the chat. My new thing should be just arguing. Totally new thing. I think we could take this to a next level. This is our live stream. You know those restaurants you go to where the waiters tell you off? That's what this is, but for live streaming. Hello, Verona the Eater. How are we doing? Am I the customer? Oh yeah, I'm the one getting shouted at. If only I should just be like really positive all the time in everything, and then people would be like, "Oh, I really love you, love you. Can we touch your bald head?" Yeah, you have to realise that Kunos are working on Italian time. Their clocks run slower because it's warmer there, so metal is expanded, so their pendulums take longer to go left to right. Anyone knows that. Also, they're just too busy eating pizza, and can you blame them? I don't think you can. I don't blame them. If I lived in Italy, I wouldn't go out. I would just eat pizza all day. Wouldn't do anything. It's 1832 in Italy right now. Oh no, we're gonna have to change the rim. Where's my other rim gone? Oh, I've lost it in my bed. So, we've got a bed down here. Basically, next door neighbour is doing building. I don't know what they're doing. And they come at like 7:30, 8 in the morning, and they've been banging. I don't know. God knows what they're doing, like building. Or maybe they're converting the building to flats. I don't know what they're doing. But my house it's like a tiny house attached to another house, and it's old, so I can literally, like, when someone's hammering, it's like they're hammering on your forehead. So I literally sleep with 3M ear protectors, but I couldn't sleep in my bedroom. So I was like, I was like, shit, can't sleep in my bedroom. So I set a bed up down here. Two problems with that. I couldn't get comfy on my camping mat, which is a bit of an issue. But then also, I still got woke up at like 7 in the morning. I saw your video of 0.4. I must say, from people I saw talking about it, you seem to be one that knows what you're talking about. That's not the majority view of our channel, I have to say, Verona. I have to say that's a minority view that you've just typed there. I would say most of the sim racing space would disagree with what you just typed. Our channel is regarded as the most moronic, idiotic, stupid, and least knowledgeable sim racing channel. So I'm surprised that you've come away with what you've come away with. I mean, I appreciate it, but it's surprising. There's always someone ready to buck the trend. Look at that silly flag. What's it made? Looks like it's made out of tin foil. Evo tinfoil flag.
The pace car is out of control.
I've broke my wheel. It keeps clicking. I need to get a new wheel from Moser. I'm in the UK. I'm in London. Oh wow! Look, iRacing's terrible. How dare you? Why did he disappear? I was going to move. A lot of the people that agree are we doing the tiny Red Bull ring layout? A lot of the people that agree are quiet. You're right. Yeah. No, I have noticed that because most of our videos are normally sort of 80% likes or something, maybe more. 80, well, like 98% likes. Controversial videos like 80% likes. So I can't actually see this. Is that? Did you guys see that car just drive across then? Is my replay working? Let's see. Yeah, watch the car. Watch the car drive past. Watch the car. Watch the car. Look into the distance. There's a blue car just drives through the trees. Look. Amazing. They've reduced the noodle men, I think, because they were told off. The quantity of noodle men upset people. This is a drift car. What's this? Oh, okay. How long is this race? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, it's only 6 laps. So, hang on, what's better, supercar or road? Supercar's surely better than road. Supercar tyres, let's go. Oh, hello, thank you. Pan ID,
Are we
appreciate
in
it.
good state yet with Evo?
No, not really. It's okay though, it's passable. Oh my good, what in there? What? Oh, fixed brake bias. Why is he literally drifting everywhere? evening. Hello. You ain't making that. Should we drive with TC off? Turn TC off. Oh dear. I can't hold the wheel and sneeze. I want to cover my mouth. We have one more lap. Oh, hang on, my chat stopped. Is there a place where you can get the song? Oh, I need to make a video of that. The iRacing voice chat song. But no, this is such good driving. Should we drift this final corner? Oh, the car in front's got a 10-second gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, we get a second, I think, or third. Oh, there's one more lap. Shit. Everyone's got crazy penalties behind us. Oh no! Oh, I got a penalty for that. That makes sense. Or do I get fourth? I'm so confused. Oh, I got fourth. Yeah, I mean, it's just... it's weird. It's just weird. No, I think it's a slightly different. The one in iRacing is the race car. This is the road car. So the race car, I think, it's like the road car, but it's been racified. This is literally the road car. You probably might have to just reset your BIOS, Grant. Well, I might have a rest, to be honest. So I'm ready for getting shouted at tomorrow by people. I'm ready for another day of people telling me that I'm wrong about everything. That's what I look forward to. It's probably the great joys of modern existence. Yeah. The online stuff's quite nice in this, though. Like, just generally. SimGrid have done a good job. Idiot pilot. Right. Appreciate everyone watching, though. This was like just a chill stream, really. Only a little bit of whinging. Who's on? Nice stream. Yeah, good job, mate. Good job. Oh, UKOG, is he live? What's he doing up at this time? Yes, he's playing ACC. Poor guy. This guy's awesome. Right, I will catch you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. I will see you maybe tomorrow or in a video. See you soon. Goodbye everyone. See you soon. Maybe click like and subscribe. Enough of that. Bye guys.